A shadowy mask turns my way, lips set into a neutral line. Jesus. On your knees.
Anything for you, Beyonce?
Hello and welcome back to my channel. I am Sleepybug and today we are going to be playing Obscura Chapter 1, The Descent. So just so you know, this game is for the older crowd, for 18 plus, so if that is not you, then maybe this video isn't for you. We have other games on here that aren't necessarily 18 plus. Go ahead and check those out. Love you. We have our support animal. We have today we're featuring our peach frog. Yes, I'm stalling. Okay, let's do it. I'm nervous. What's your safe word? What do I need a safe word? What do I need a safe word? The X key will also take you directly to the safe word menu during gameplay. Leaving the safe word menu will take you back to the game. The safe word button is hidden by default, but can always be seen by mousing over the top right corner of the window. Okay. It can be made always visible in the preferences menu. Please enjoy Obscura. Hey! I'm nervous. No one goes into the mountain without a reason. Purpose of business. Buying. No one takes their past into the mountain. How are you gonna pay? Some funds and some work. Good luck with that. Everyone knows what it means when you go. No one says anything about it. Give me your bags. The guard looks through my things with perfect efficiency. Bored, they start asking me questions. What are you going to be called down there? Miss? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sleepy. Good choice. You have a mask, Miss Sleepy. No one would sell me one. Not a problem here. If you're buying, we're selling. The gate guard waves to the mask hanging around the entrance, perhaps once worn by other visitors. The masks are an old custom, plausible deniability. We're all faceless strangers under the mountain. Pick your poison. Okay. Stop making me choose things. The charcoal colored one with worn lace and gold trim. Okay, I like lace and I like gold. Gold complements my skin very well. The cream colored one with flowery details painted across the left side. That sounds cute though. The burgundy colored one with swirling embossed patterns. I think I'm gonna go with the flowery one. I don't know if this matters or if they just want to give me a choice. I take a mask off the wall and fit it to my face. It weighs on my head, but my mind feels lighter. I see my reflection in the mirror. The people under the mountain have beautiful taste. I hand the gate guard the money owed. Welcome to the marketplace. They step aside, allowing me passage into the tunnel in the other side of the mountain. I begin my descent. Whee! At first, I have to wonder if I had been tricked in some way. The passage grows narrow, the air stale, and the path uneven. I am walking by the last feeble threads of light that reach this deep. But then I see something. A shimmering pale blue glow from around a corner. I fight through the narrowing walls until I am able to turn the corner. The passage suddenly widens, then it opens. I step from the passage into a cavern so massive I can hardly see the end of it. The marketplace. There are several masked people who are seated or leaning against the walls around the little entryway. And now they are approaching me. Oh, welcome, newcomer. A fresh face. Someone could use a guide, couldn't they? Hucksters or perhaps petty thieves looking for an easy mag. My valuables are kept under my heavy robe, safe from pickpockets. I steer myself and march forward past the strangers. There is no logic to this place. A fishmonger selling dried or salted fish next to a bookseller with stacks of forbidden tomes. A fungus man and bird keeper are bickering. If they weren't obvious scams, I could have taken one of the offers for a guide and saved myself some time. At first, I glance at each stall in turn. Out here, nearest the entry tunnel, all of the stalls are selling simple amenities or cheap thrills. The sorts of things a departing traveler might want to have when they ascend. Not what I'm looking for. It's not here. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be. Asking one of the sellers, I get directions. The rough walls of this cavern, shifting and trembling in unsteady candle and glowworm light, slowly turn smooth where natural walls turn to human carved. The ramshackle turns to ramshackle buildings to painted and varnished walls. The quality of goods on sale is improving as well. The cheap basics are behind me. Ahead are the rare, the luxurious, and the illicit. The illicit. The real reason anyone comes here. Seeing the sign for an apothecary, an easily recognizable serpent coiling around a staff, I slip inside. Welcome. The shopkeeper is masked, of course, but that is not what grabs my attention. The din of hundreds of voices selling and buying and negotiating in the echoing caves is muffled, but not by much. That is because while the apothecary has 4 walls, there is no roof over the store. Newcomer, huh? What? You must be a fresh arrival. And why would you say that? You're staring where the ceiling should be. Oh, well, I suppose in a city with no sun or rain, roofs are unnecessary. Only thing a roof keeps out in the marketplace is thieves. A common weather pattern here? Far too common. I make an effort to examine the apothecary's mask. It's plain, plainer even than mine. Perhaps he is frugal, or perhaps he is poor by the standards of the marketplace. Well, you weren't driven here by the weather. What do you need? I'm looking for lunar ichor. I resist the urge to explain my circumstances to the shopkeeper. No matter how meaningless or petty they seem, my secrets are one of the few resources I have in these depths. You have expensive taste, or terrible luck. What I don't have is a lunar ichor. Is that something you can remedy, apothecary? No. That was quick. No. If money is a concern, I can make arrangements. It's not the money. I could never afford to stock that darnable ichor. Even if I could, I doubt I would be able to stomach it. The rumors were true then. That is unfortunate. Where does one go then to find the darnable ichor? Smuggler dens, the vaults of the lords of the market, or perhaps you could take a knife to the lunar god. Failing that, the auction house may provide. It's the largest house this side of the ruby walls. It even has a roof. The apothecary cannot see my smile, but I hope he could hear it. I thank you for your timely advice, sir. Save your thanks for the lunar god. It'll be a miracle if you get that ichor. I take my leave of the shop. The noise rises again from the loud to deafening. There are tunnels and additional caverns of all directions, but I continue the way I was going. If the walls are getting smoother and the buildings are more beautiful than I am approaching the richest part of the market, it stands to reason that this is where the auction house will be. Keeping my eyes up, it takes no time to find the auction house. It is as the apothecary said, the largest house this side of the ruby walls. There are long chains of glowworms draped over the promised ridged roof that dangle and sway as the air shifts in the cavern. The building itself is deep, garnet red, with gilded trim. Message received. You're very wealthy, whoever built this. The doors, covered in tiny engravings impossible to interpret in the dim lights, are wide open. Bright golden lamplight pours out into the street. People are freely milling in and out, and so I slip inside. I am underdressed for the occasion, but neither of the guards standing in the door move to stop me. The sound of the outside suddenly dims, and I have to blink against the sudden brightness. I can hear my own muffled footsteps as I cross the plush carpet deeper into the auction house. The whispered conversations through masks make a thin fog of sound compared to the din outside. The signs are in a language I do not recognize, but I can make some educated guesses. The ornate double door, standing locked and guarded, must lead to the actual auction house. There is a short, uncarpeted hall with gleaming polished floors, lined with several doors. After a second, I see a giggling pair exit one of the rooms and straighten their clothes. That explains that then. There is one door that is a little more than a window on hinges left open. I peer inside for a second, only to see an ordinary office. Come in. The stranger sitting behind the desk waves to me, and so I step inside. Pardon me, I didn't mean to intrude. You can't intrude on the bookkeeper. I must always be available. You must be? How else could anyone check to ensure I am not meddling in the books? Does it really come to that? Well, I have no such concerns. A buyer, are you? Couldn't I simply be a browser? You really believe someone would come to the marketplace, to the auction house, just looking to see what they find? I suppose someone must have in all of history. Well, if that's the scale you're measuring by. You, however, are not here to browse. No, I am not. You're right. I am here to buy. Shall I show you the catalog for the next auction? I would appreciate it. The bookkeeper stands and hands me a sizable booklet. Do not damage it. Do not leave here with it. They open a drawer to their desk and hold up a knife. It's a little thing, but I have no doubt they could kill me with it. Okay. It's wild. Then they sit again and resume their work. I flip through the book. There are objects of unimaginable value. Works of art by artists even I know by name. An exquisite jeweled tiara fit for a princess. The deed to a country manor on the surface. Then there are wonders I couldn't have dreamed of. The bird weathered in flames that never burns. The still beating bloodstone heart of some rock nymph. A potion of clear vision. I flip a page and am met with a miserable exposed face of a young adult. Their posture is low and defeated, but they are beautiful. The text informs me that whatever is paid in the auction will be sent to their family within the mountain. Surely not. I flip the page again. There was no other people in the catalog, but one is enough to turn my stomach. Thank you, bookkeeper. Finished already. What I want isn't in there. And what is it that you want? I'll check the history, see when it was last sold. I bite my tongue for a moment. Lunar Ecor. An unlucky one, aren't you? I couldn't say. If you would, bookkeeper. They shuffle through a book. I try to read the text, but it is nearly impossible to interpret their faint pencil scratchings. More bad luck to heap on your pile, I'm afraid. The last sale was 3 months back. It's unlikely we'll get another sale for months yet, unless someone new comes with a stock. It couldn't be easy, could it? It's okay, girl. It's okay. And what was the final price for it? For a lot of 12. The number they tell me is stomach dropping. I could not gather those funds in a lifetime. Even divided 12 ways, the price for a single vial is well beyond my means. My life savings weigh heavily in the coin purse under my robe. Dead weight, it seems. By your silence, I guess you don't have the money. Thank you for your time. I try to keep my voice neutral. When I leave the auction house, I momentarily lose my sight and hearing as I just against the dim, echoing cavern. I don't notice the direction my feet are taking me. My hopes for a quick visit to the marketplace have been thoroughly dashed. Now I have to determine what to do. I think better after some rest. I can't give up. Believe it. Let's do everything that true sleepy bug would do. I'm taking a nap when I'm stressed. At the moment, I don't trust myself to make a sensible choice. Staying on guard here in the marketplace is exhausting, and my feet ache from climbing the mountain. I need some kind of rest before I have the energy to determine what to do next. I stop by a stall and ask for directions for a decent inn, rest place, public house, anything. Following the directions through a short tunnel, I wander through a quieter district in the marketplace, though quiet is relative. The guest house is a challenge to find, though I hesitate to call the ground down walking path roads. There are rest houses lining them on either side. The Leaping Bear, the guest house recommended to me, is nothing remarkable. The building has a roof, but the building itself is mostly made of raw wood. The brass doorknob is smooth under my hand, polished by thousands of guests who come and go. Inside, the atmosphere is boisterous, but on the scale of a handful of people singing a drinking song. The chaos outside is already muffled and distant. Welcome! The woman who approaches me has her face fully covered in a bear mask, but her neckline is untied and exposed. I wonder who she works for. Hello. I was told that this is a good establishment to stay the night. You were told right. Except the part about night. Here, there's no difference between night and day. Plenty of folks are up all hours of the day, as you do, just sleeping when they're tired and forgetting the sun ever existed. I see. The bear masked woman has me sign into a guest book and pay for the night. You have the room for 24 hours. If you're staying longer, I expect you here to pay for more time. If you don't, you might find all your things at a moonshrine. I'll remember. Thank you. And you'll be needing these. She hands me a doll metal medallion on a leather string and a key. Dear Rufus over there. She gestures to a mountain of a man, also in a bear mask, standing by the door. Make sure only guests go to their rooms. The medallion proves you're a guest. Don't lose it. Or else I'll find my things at a moonshrine? Pick up things quickly, you do. Seems like an important skill to have here. Quite right. She gets back to her business, so I approach the mountain of a man guarding the door to the rooms. Hello, Rufus. I hold up the medallion and wait. I'm not about to rush a man with a bat, especially one as blood-stained as his is. Then he nods and I am granted passage. He watches me as I go to my assigned room. I suppose it's a good measure to prevent theft, but then so is the blood-stained bat. Thanks. Sleep doesn't come easily at first. How can I risk sleeping in the marketplace? But it does come for me. In the morning, or what my body decides is morning, my resolve has hardened. Leaving the marketplace without lunar ichor would render everything I've done pointless. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I stopped trying. I am able to order something like breakfast from the Leaping Bear's kitchen, and then sit deep in thought staring into a bowl of porridge. Eating with a mask is a bit of a bother. I have to navigate the spoon around the mask. There's a clasp, you know. I start at the sudden appearance of the proprietress. What? Feel along the side of the mask. There should be pins or clasp holding the bottom part. I do as she said and find little clasp holding the two parts of the mask together. Well, I feel like a proper fool. It hardly feels strange having my mouth exposed, like a funny kind of nudity. Newcomers are all a bit foolish. That's part of their charm. Thank you, I think. Just keep your wits about you. You'll live. You make it sound so dire. Well, you're here, aren't you? You're not wrong. No one comes here without a good reason, I should think. What's yours? A personal matter. Buying or selling. That's all there is down here, after all. Buying. Something I might not be able to afford, it turns out. That won't narrow things down much for her. Well, depends how you're trying to buy things, doesn't it? Money will get you anywhere if you have enough of it, but there are other worlds out there. Is that something you'd know a lot about? I couldn't say. I only know what the stories the guests bring in. She says it flippantly enough that there must be a story there, but I resist the urge to dig. Then I suppose my next job is to find what paths I can use. Thank you. Oh, not a problem. The mask troubles everyone at first. Just ask for Bruna if you have any problems. I'll be happy to help. She sweeps away to handle another matter, and I'm left with far more productive thoughts. Money can't get me lunar ichor, but something else might. Influence, friendship, violence, guile. My body if it comes down to it. Anything. There's a lot to think about. Am I going to stay in a guest house for weeks or months? What possible ways are there to get lunar ichor? Let's start with one foot in front of the other. Over the next several days, I get to learn the layout of the marketplace. It's an ever-shifting rat's nest of stalls and passages and unmanaged pathways, but there are some fixed landmarks. I can navigate somewhat comfortably by those landmarks when they are visible. One evening, based on my eternal clock, the proprietress of the Leaping Bear hints over a meal that as long as I am well behaved, she would be willing to extend more generous long-term rates to me. I wasn't planning to misbehave, even less so with Rufus keeping an eye on me, and so that settles the matter of lodging for the moment. As for the lunar ichor, I am at a loss. It is rare, absurdly rare, and based on the reactions of those I keep about, some aspects of it is very taboo, likely the condition it treats. I'm wandering one of the quieter passages, clearly natural by how uneven the ground is. It's mostly homes built on whatever smooth patch of stone the builder could find. But there is one that towers over the rest, a tall church with heavy oaken doors, where normally I would expect to see a golden 10-point solar sigil. Instead, there is a more simplistic, crescent-shaped one, the lunar sigil. I suppose the solar god isn't much help down here. I have seen the airy blue-green light of glowworms and the smoky gold lanterns, but I have not seen the sun since I started my descent. Churches dedicated to the lunar god exist outside the mountain, but not in any significant numbers. The lunar god, lunar ichor. It can't hurt to ask, could it? I'm not sure I believe that the lunar god must bleed for there to be lunar ichor, but there's no harm in checking. Hey, stop! I halt in my path instinctively, although after a moment I can see no one was speaking to me. Instead, there is a raucous crowd gathering just down the tunnel, shouting and tussling. A few people in utilitarian masks and what looks like uniform trying to push their way through. It looks like trouble. No choices! Run to the safety in church, stay and see what happens next, or leave. Maybe God will save me. I'm a heathen, but let's do it. In my haste to escape the ruckus outside, I scramble towards the entrance. Then once I ascertain that they aren't locked, I slip through the imposing, massive oak doors. The carvings in the wood press into my palms, a surprisingly comforting, grounding sensation. Then, once the doors close, the change in atmosphere hits me. This game has no business being this pretty. Like, it's just a very sweet Like not sweet, like haunting. It's like haunting a little bit. I don't know how to describe it. First is the smell, candle smoke, heavy incense, and cold, crumbling stone. Then comes the solemn silence, the kind that reminds you of your place within these holy walls and the oppressively tall ceiling. I'm finally alone, even just for a little while. I take that moment to release the breath I was holding and take in my surroundings. This is where the inhabitants of the underground come to worship the lunar god. It's also a reminder that I still haven't found any adequate leads for the ichor. When I take a couple of steps down the carpeted paths between the aisles, I suddenly make a figure out behind the altar. They were wearing long robes. A priest, maybe? Excuse me. I call out, taking care not to raise my voice too loud. The person shuffles around, and I see their mask too. Although this comes to no surprise, it's an unfortunate realization. Even those in service of the lunar god aren't safe from the marketplace. He scares me because I feel like he's just gonna add to you guys knowing my type. Oh, I'm nervous. Okay. Y'all see, I had to move closer. I had to get serious. As they approach, I notice the distinct glimmer of a gold brooch nestled between the folds of their clothes, proof of their holy devotion. Their entire appearance is refined and almost ethereal. A rich, silken voice. It takes me off guard. Same girl. Do my ears deceive me? Or has another fight broken out? The priest stops a few meters from me, and from here, I notice that their mask doesn't cover their mouth, which is set in a thin, disapproving line. You're right, it's quite the scene outside. I pause. I was hoping I could lay low here for a while. I'm not one for brawls. My star. The church will always be a place of safety for those who need it. Please stay as long as you like. He gives me that vibe, y'all. He gives me the... My sweet, come and stay with me. Okay. I was taught that all lunar priests call their believers their stars, but it makes me smile. Me too. me and MC Sleepy, we're here. We're here. He looks terrible. He looks like a menace. He looks like a menace. But he's really cute. He's a cute menace. Well, thank you, Father. A twitch of their lips. Cirrus, you need not call me by those stuffy titles. A man's name, I had a feeling. I doubt it's his real one, as it's the case with most people in the marketplace. But even a fake name speaks volumes about someone's personality. Would you like to light a candle while you're here? Huh. Sure, why not? I follow him toward the back of the church past the initial altar and stop in front of the statue. It towers over us, surrounded by row after row of marine blue candles, and the sight takes my breath away. A sea of light. I don't believe I've seen you around these parts before. Small talk. I light a match and watch the flame flicker slowly as I bring it to the wick. The only rational thing to do is to answer with vague pleasantries to make sure I don't devolve important information. I am far from being well traveled. I think I might see the appeal now, though. Is that so? Despite not being able to see his eyes through his mask, I feel them on me. Sirius makes no effort to follow up on his last comment, and the two of us fall into silence. You're a bit of an unusual priest, aren't you? His lips twitch again, forming into a polite smile. Would you care to elaborate? I like to keep my secrets. We're standing closer now, shoulders only slightly apart, as we watch the new flame sway in unison with the rest. There's such a strange comfort to it all. I could linger here for hours, soaking up the atmosphere. I'm curious about what it's like. Being a priest, I mean. Are we flirting? Are we flirting with the priest? He's a priest. Are we flirting with the priest? Because, I mean, I get it. Like, I get it. I'm mad about it. Demanding answers of me while not offering up your own? Behind my mask, I suppress a smile at his light probing. Can't argue with that. Well, I love him. Okay. He's terrible, but I love him. Well, I understand your caution. The marketplace is by no means a safe environment. But, if it is any comfort, my star, I am bound to the lunar scriptures. It is my job to ensure the visitors here feel safe and cared for. The words roll off his tongue with practiced ease. I like the way he calls me his star. I do not trust him in the slightest. I do not trust him. I don't trust him. He don't feel right. He don't feel right. He don't feel right. We know. He don't feel right. But I do like the way he calls me his star. I know that's what you call everyone, but being called a star does make one feel a little special. My answer makes him pause for a bit. You are special. Everyone is special in their own way. If everyone is special, then that kind of defeats the purpose of the sentiment, doesn't it? I'm mouthing off for the sake of it at this point. Funneling the day's frustrations into banter. Flirty banter. But Sirius doesn't mind. I feel his eyes on me again, with increased intensity. What if he actually does mind? He gives unrelenting Dom vibes. Like he likes you to listen to his rules and his orders, and I would gladly do it. Would you rather I say you're a bit more special than everybody else? His voice is laced with unexpected warmth, teasing me like an old friend would. Why, yes, that sounds a lot better. I think I ought to be heading back soon. Errands run themselves. Good luck with that, my star. What can I call you the next time we meet? Next time, huh? Sleepy. Sirius repeats it, testing the pronunciation. Then a smile spreads across his lips. It suits you. Thanks! I picked it myself, because I'm always tired. Okay. See? He doesn't like it. Well, he likes it, but he doesn't like it. Okay. Quite the mouthy one, aren't you? It's part of my endless charm. That it is. There is so much sexual tension, I don't know what to do. We bid each other a polite farewell, and before I know it, I'm alone in the streets again. I trudge through the market stall, sweeping over any new available content, as I have every single day since coming down here. Murky colored crystals, vials filled with shimmering liquids, rare animal leathers, but nothing even remotely resembling the ichor catches my eye. The serenity that filled me at the church is instantly squashed. Instead, all I feel is dread. I've already been over this. What? Serious? Know anything? It's worth asking, and it's the perfect excuse to head to the church tomorrow. Until then, I keep walking, because that's all I can do to keep myself busy. At night, I toss and turn. Not even the end's freshly cleaned sheets do anything to soothe my restlessness. Before I know it, it's the next day, and I've barely gotten a wink of sleep because we were too busy thinking about the hot priest who we had immense sexual tension talking to. Bruno stops by for the usual breakfast chatter, but my mind is elsewhere. All I want is answers. Eventually, I'm back at the doors of the lunar church. Something about them beckons me, a deep magnetism that draws me straight through the entrance without a second thought. There's a different incense wafting around me. It tickles my nose with notes of mahogany and velvet. I expect to see Sirius in the same spot as yesterday, but find him further in this time, with an unmasked woman kneeling before him. Since I don't know what's about to happen, I just think this is a fantastic opportunity to let you guys know that I do have a Patreon for 18 plus games with all the 18 plus scenes. So, it's in the description, just in case. I might have to cut a lot of this game because I don't like the way he's looking at me. It takes me a moment to understand what's happening. What's happening? The priest doesn't say a word. His stature is imposing and almost regal, practically towering over the other person. Completely different from yesterday. I can't really make out what he's saying, but she doesn't move, and eventually his hand finds its way to the top of her head. Perhaps he's blessing her? I wonder why the atmosphere is so heavy in here. I decide to hang back. It's not my place to interrupt whatever ritual may be going on. My eyes roll over to the decor instead, specifically the paintings and the detailed scenes they depict. Massive oils on canvas, crackling with age at the edges. The larger one shows the two gods at opposing ends, dancing around the earth in harmony. Their arms reached out for one another as their endless rotations continue on until the collapse of the universe itself, unable to ever reunite. It's a little sad. Sleepy? I didn't notice him approach me. Sirius's tone is warm and comforting, and the smile right under his mask peeks out as usual. It's as though the ceremony from earlier never even happened. Hey, I'm back. Didn't want to disturb you back there. Back there? Oh. Oh. He tilts his head, lips stretching into a mysterious smile. A menace. This man is a menace. Did I make you curious by any chance? No. About the ceremony? Yes. Yeah. You both seem so serious. Don't think I ever seen anything like it. There's a pleased rumble coming from his chest. She was readying herself for something important in her life and needed some reassurance. So she turned to the lunar god itself and demanded she be fully cleansed. Why? Simply so that she may begin that chapter with a clear conscience. More than that, I cannot say. Privacy and such. Oh, that's fine. Thanks for explaining. Either way, I'm sure you didn't come here to spy on me and the paintings. His comment makes me smile. He's... Maybe I did. If I could see his eyebrows, the tone of his voice suggests they'd be raised right now. I guess you're right, though. I'm in need of advice. A pause. My star. Nothing pleases me more than knowing you feel comfortable enough to come here for help. Sirius comes closer, and for the first time, I take notice of his height compared to mine, a giant. He's got at least a full head taller. I called it. What can I do for you? I hesitate, unsure if he really should be trusted or not. I'm looking for something. Lunar ichor, to be specific. Something in his demeanor shifts when he hears this. You're sure? Quite sure. That's quite the task. What do you need such a precious resource for? I find that I don't really appreciate him sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Oh. Oh. I see. Fractum anima. I thought that illness had very well vanished from this world. His words startle me as I instantly stare up at his face, hoping to catch a glimpse of his eyes through the holeless mask. The only better way to ensure he's telling the truth, if he actually knows what he's talking about. But I see nothing, of course, only the intricate embossing of the metal surface. He knows the name of my illness. Wasn't expecting that. How do you... I've encountered it before, though it remains exceedingly rare. As is the cure, of course. I assume you've asked around and seen for yourself. The weight of the situation returns to me, as my chest feels as if it's being crushed. I know that. I feel him placing his hands on my head to give me a gentle pat, a compassionate gesture. I want head pats. We like head pats. Then, the same hand trails down to cut my cheek over the mask's surface. The sudden intimacy of the gesture makes me jolt. Stop it! My star. What if I told you that there might be another way? I feel my hand twitch, then curl into a fist. Impossible. I wouldn't be so sure. The lunar god is a benevolent, wondrous being. Goosebumps erupt all over my skin and my heart leaps into my throat. It's too good to be true. It has to be. There is no conceivable way He could have the answers right here, on a silver platter. Everything about this situation is making the alarm bells go off in my head. Instead of cutting Sirius off, I wait for him to elaborate. Sirius's other hand captures my other cheek, so my head is cradled in his embrace as his voice drops an octave. Y'all know I can't do that. It's okay. Jesus. You're shivering. I'm scared. Time around us seems to come to a standstill. I don't have the cure. Not yet. But I want to help you. I see how brightly you shine and how much you want to overcome this. I could never turn a blind eye to that kind of hunger for life. Will you let me help you, Sleepy? Yes, yes, I can accept. Heck yes. Yes. God. Of course how can I thank you enough? I need nothing. I am simply performing my duty, and knowing that it may save someone makes it all more rewarding. I'm still in disbelief. My mind is overcome with a sudden wave of confusion. I need to know the details. But he's been so kind to me. I have a hard time doubting the validity of his claims. Sirius adjusts his gloves in a practice movement. I'll need a bit of time. Getting a hold of this substance is not an easy feat. The disappointment in his tone is obvious, and I believe him. Even for someone with more influence, there's bound to be obstacles in the way. How will you get a hold of it then? Have you heard of the lunar god's healing prowess, my star? He turns to face the giant statues surrounding the candles and motions for me to follow. I have. And how much do you know about it? As we both come to a halt, my head tilts up to get a full view of the statue and its surroundings. I respond with silence. He is too entertained by me. Like, it's like a little cat. Long ago, it was said that the priests were able to receive a sample of the blood that flows in these higher beings' veins to save their people. That is the ichor that we know of today. Pure, concentrated life force infused with their powers. In this case, healing powers. But there is no reliable way to get a hold of it these days. I hold my breath. That being said, this blood had once been taken and thoroughly analyzed by a man who then went into hiding. Rumor goes that he left all these notes behind after passing away. Suddenly, his explanation starts to make sense. You're saying we could find these notes and replicate the composition of real lunar ichor? Precisely. I don't trust him. Never trust a man that fine. Don't do it. My mind goes into overdrive. How could this be the first time I've heard of it? I have to rein myself in before I get carried away. Sounds pretty illegal to me. Where do you know all this from? Sirius smiles wide. This man went by the name of Nexus, and he was a fellow priest from this very church. I hope you know just how difficult you're making it for me to believe you. It's just not possible. Please rein in your expectations, Sleepy. As he uses my name, The timbre of his voice turned serious for once. I did not know him well. Few people did. He was a reserved person with not much to his name. Finding his residence, or wherever he may have hidden his secrets, is bound to be a difficult task, and I'll need all the help I can get. And once we find these notes, we'll be able to replicate it with the information we have, nor that someone will do it. The knot returns to my throat, but I have more to cling on to than when I first arrived. Well, better try than do nothing at all. Indeed. Something grabs a hold of me. Determination, unlike any I felt before. Hope soothing my heart. Even if it's just for a little bit. I can't quite let my guard down fully. But this is a first step. Eventually, we fall into silence as we stare up at the statue. Just checking, but it's not as easy as just saying pretty please and then having the equerry here before us. He chuckles. Unlikely, but if you'd like to offer a prayer, that will always be encouraged. I contemplate the idea. Sure, why not? I think I'd like to. It can't hurt. But I'm not sure how to. I don't know any lunar prayers. Allow me to guide you, my star.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
I nod. His shadowy mask turns my way, lips set into a neutral line. Jesus. On your knees.
Anything for you, Beyonce?
The usual warmth of his voice is completely stripped from his command, and I very quickly realized that this must be the mindset he was in earlier, when he helped cleanse the other woman. For now, I obey. Shoulders straight, hands together. The words are efficient and utterly nonsense. It's easy to tell he's done this a million times. Chin up, sleepy. Do not hide your face from the lunar god. Expose your emotions. I feel vulnerable, protected, annoyed, pleasure. I won't say annoyed. Let's go. I feel, I could see why this could feel like you feel protected. Surprisingly safe. It's a comforting feeling knowing that someone is guiding me like this. Though I never felt as though the lunar god was one I believed in, I feel myself opening up to this being, allowing them to see me for who I really am. For a moment, I feel at peace again. You're almost there. Simply repeat after me, my star. I don't know if he put his hands together as well. I don't dare look back. But he begins a short prayer, speaking solemnly and clearly. I repeat the words after him. Again and again. We fall into a trance, and with that, I hope that my pleas reach the moon. Finally, it's over. I take a moment to regain my awareness of my surroundings and raise my head. Are we praying? Because it feels like a little. Okay. You did very good. I'm certain your prayers will be heard. He smiles patiently as I rise from my kneeling position and stretch out. I hope so. Try to believe in yourself a little more. No such pleas could fall on deaf ears. I've got my doubts about that, but still, I appreciate your guidance. I'm about to ask if this is how the prayers usually go, when the echo of doors creaking resonates through the church. New visitors begin filtering in, and the spell is broken. My inner clock tells me it's time to head back. Thank you for today. I'll come back tomorrow so we can start researching. By all means do. I'll do my utmost to find any leads and let you know if there's anything to work with. We share a quiet smile. Get home safe, Sleepy. Or should I say, Sleepy. I wouldn't want him calling my name. I would melt. I leave the church and step outside, right back into the darkness. Aw. Because it's like usually when you step outside, it's into the light. Like you're like, eh. On my way back to the Leaping Bear, I stop at a food stall for some hearty potato soup and allow myself to take a bit of time to relax. I don't think I'll ever truly get used to not seeing the sun, but I'm starting to warm up to the underground as a whole. Halfway through another sip, I think back on what happened at the church. I don't understand why he was so insistent. It was kind of nice. I hated every second. I kind of liked it. It was kind of nice. I didn't mind it. Like, he's shady. Don't get me wrong. He is very shady. But it was just praying. Sirius may have been pushy, but I can't deny it. The session felt wonderful in the strangest of ways. Obeying felt natural in that moment. And just maybe I would want it to happen again. Either way, I need to come to terms with what happened. I have to work hard while I'm here. After loitering around for just a bit longer, I pay for my soup and begin my long detour back. Passing through the marketplace so many times means I've started becoming a familiar face, and in turn, I recognize some of the owners. Still looking? Unfortunately, yes. I'll keep my eyes peeled for ya. The owner of the bookstall nods in my direction, and I know without a doubt he will. Like many others setting up shop here, he can be a treasure trove of rumors and information. Say, could I ask you something? Depends what it is. Have you heard of a priest going by the name of Nexus? The shopkeeper falls silent in thought. And drums his finger on the surface of the wooden display table. Can't say I have. Why? I heard he passed. I kept my intentions vague, and if he notices, he doesn't press it. Not exactly an uncommon occurrence around these parts. Thanks anyway. Today's search is unsuccessful yet again, but I don't let it bother me. After all, I have Sirius's lead. Just as I'm about to turn back towards the inn, I narrowly dodge bumping square into someone's chest. Fancy-looking stranger. Oh. I bow my head in apology, but the stranger fumbles back, distraught. Oh no. Oh dear. I hope I didn't startle you. All good here. Are you okay? Please don't worry about me. I should apologize instead. I'm not sure how to feel about the sudden outburst. When I take in their appearance, I instantly know it's one of the noble sons from the surface. His skin sports a rich, sun-kissed glow that almost makes me envious. The high quality of the suit's fabric and the elaborate pieces of jewelry don't lie, either. They're selected with obvious care and attention to the outfit as well. Even the mask is perfectly coordinated with the rest of his suit. He does look very pretty. Like, I enjoy his mask. It's cute. It looks like a little fan. Or like a sun. Like a mountain. That's not necessary. I'm fine. Look. I hold up my hands to show no harm was done. Oh. Oh, I sure am glad. Oh, he's cute. Or they're cute. I hope we'll meet again. If you don't mind me saying, you are a very kind person. The person takes my hand and brings their lips to it, an old-fashioned custom at this point. I'm surprised to see somebody still doing such a thing. Thank you? There really is no need for this, but thank you. My pleasure. At first glance, he's an easily frightened sort. I'm not sure how much of that is genuine. Please take care, and allow me to make this up to you someday. The person quickly excuses themselves, and I'm left baffled. The underground truly is a strange place. It's a testament to how many different people congregate down here. But you never really know who you're talking to, after all. I shake the thoughts from my head, and finally find my way back to my room, where my bed welcomes me after a strange day out. It's funny how familiar this inn room has become too. Even seeing Rufus's face and his bloodied weapon every day has become something of a comfort. I'm sure that eventually the church will feel the same. That same church is empty the next day I step inside. There's nothing but the echoes of my own calls of Sirius and the flicker of the candles around the statue. For a while, I simply wait in front of the altar. 5 minutes turn into 10, which turn into 20. At this point, I'm pacing around the candles, wondering where he is. Didn't he say he might have some information today? Curiosity and boredom take me into the back of the church, where I've seen ornate doorways lead to who knows where. Maybe they're his chambers? That's when I hear it. The muffled shouts. The left door is slightly ajar, and as I peek past it, as discreetly as I can muster, I finally catch a glimpse of Sirius. And he's not alone. There's a strange tension in the air, one far more prominent than yesterday, and it dawns upon me, as I lean forward against the wall, that he's genuinely angry. Oh, I kind of like his little lip sneer. He said, like, yes, I can be in disgust steady.
Stop it. Get some help.
The usually smooth, silken tone of his voice is raised towards the person in front of him. I don't know who it is, but they have their hands raised defensively, and their own words come out in much difficulty. Do better, I promise, please, just give me time. That is not good enough. The venomous hiss makes me jump. I never expected to hear this kind of anger coming from a priest of all people, on holy grounds no less. I can't speed up the process, not anymore. They'll be on to me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Show me that you're sorry. A shiver runs down my spine. What is happening right now? Sirius expectantly hands the person in front of him something that gleams in the candlelight, pale and deathly. It's a blade. My blood immediately turns tense at the sight, and my heartbeat skyrockets. I have to do something. Is it even safe to interfere? Crap! Wait, what do I do? Confront? And the person leaves. Interfere, confront Sirius after the person leaves. Walk away, confront. Confront! Oh wait. I clicked the wrong one. Can't move. I'm too paralyzed by the sight in front of me. How could this be happening? The person now wielding the knife holds it to their hands as they would a precious jewel, then looked up at Sirius. Their voice trembles. Right here. No, you're right. In front of the statue would be a more fitting setting for this. Crap! Shall we? Yes, by all means. In my panic, I try to shuffle back noisily. But one of my steps nearly fumbles, allowing the clacking sound of an echo freely between the walls. Who's there? Is it too late to run? Would they find... Just as I'm about to make a run for it, a hand clutches the fabric of my robe. Hard. I'd never seen that person before. No matter how much I struggle, there is no time. In just a few seconds, I'm face to face with Sirius himself. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's stunned to see me. He nods once in the other person's direction, who proceeds to drag me through the doorway. Sleepy? Sirius's voice turns back to the warm, comforting one I've always heard. But right now, I don't know if I trust it. You shouldn't be here, my star. I'm simply taking care of some sensitive matters. You have to understand. Sensitive matters? Really? You gave him a knife. One that he was gonna use on himself. On himself? He pauses. I think you have the wrong idea. What I gave him was not a weapon, but a ritual dagger. One used in the elaborate dances and rituals of repentance. I'm left utterly speechless. I stare at Sirius, then back at the trembling person. When I ask them if it's true, they nod. I think I should leave. I think you're staying right where you are. Whatever you say. When I gaze back up at the priest, he's smiling in a way that gives me chills. Leave for now. We will continue this later. He dismisses the shivering person without so much as a glance in their direction. They immediately obey and shuffle off. Then, the door shuts behind us, and when I ask why Sirius is locking it, he gives me no answer. He tucks the key away in a pocket. And with that, there's no way out. I had to put my comfy blanket on. My safety blanket. When I refuse to look up at him, his fingers grasp my chin with surprising strength and force me to meet his masked gaze. Do you make it a habit of snooping around and eavesdropping like this? Usually I don't have to, but then I heard shouting. You poor thing. Don't you patronize me, sir. Maybe a little, but like not all the way. His smile twists cruelly. I did keep you waiting for quite a while. Did you miss me? Whatever. I'm not sure what's making my heart race faster now. The adrenaline or the fact that he was so close. No matter. I'm going to teach you some manners. Listening in on important conversations is very, very naughty. He steps even closer, completely suffocating me with his presence. Have you ever been punished before, my star? Like, punishment? Why do I have to get a punishment? You over here handing people ritual daggers and yelling. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I don't want your punishment. Take it back. I don't want it. Yes, I'll think of something adequate for a little eavesdropper like you. Of course, since it is your first infraction, I'll go easy on you. But penitence is of the utmost importance down here, and I think you'd best keep that soul of yours unblemished. So he kind of cares about me, like that's why he's doing it? Okay. I mean, if that's the case. I feel something inside me shiver at the thought. His words sound like the most delicious promise. Are we okay? What? Well, I guess not. One that I'm all too happy to help with fulfill. Yes. Yes, I'm... Hush, little star. As much as I enjoy the sound of your voice, you really do talk too much. I'm sorry. He takes a step back, finally allowing me a bit of personal space. Then he immediately turns around and makes his way to one of the minimalist wooden shelves in the corner of his room. There's barely anything in there, save for the sleeping arrangements and some storage. His shelves, on the other hand, are crammed full of jewelry, books, and small, neatly labeled vials. It's the vials he's aiming for, as a long digit reaches out to brush over one of their corks. I'm wary of his every move. Me too, girl. And when Sirius is back in front of me, two of the mysterious vials in hand, I tense up. I'm aware the situation may have you a little on edge, but I need you to trust that this is for your own good. His expression falls, and in that moment, I wish I could see his eyes. What would I find if I looked deep within? But the more I think about it, the less I understand. Please. For the first time, I hear him beg me, and it's a completely alien feeling. What you got there? Serious? I try my hardest to keep my voice neutral as I ask. Sirius pops one of the vials open with nimble fingers, releasing a sudden wave of strong, honey-like aroma, cloyingly sweet, almost coating the back of my throat from the smell alone. I think we're staring at each other now. The intensity of it makes my hair stand on end. Raise your mask and open your mouth. Do it, do it. I hardly understand myself right now. I may as well have asked one of the thieves to watch over my purse, but something tells me Sirius doesn't want to kill me. No, if he did, he would have done so earlier. His intentions, although I fail to understand them, are not evil. So I undo the clasp of my mask, then tilt my head back, lips parted. Perfect. So very perfect. Such an obedient little thing. He approaches, and the first trickle of liquid hits my tongue. The nectar is just as thick as the initial smell, but now that it runs over my taste buds, I'm overwhelmed by the flowery, syrupy aftertaste. I feel it sticking to my lips like a glaze, and when he continues pouring, it trickles down my chin. It doesn't taste bad, but something feels off. As the liquid settles in my stomach, I feel strangely aware of everything. The way my nails scrape over the skin of my palm, the way my chest expands with every breath, the fragrance of the incense and how it clouds my mind. I promise you, it's just temporary. He speaks in a soothing, measured way. What's temporary? Sirius's hand rests on my shoulder, and while I feel every single digit through the cloth, the sensation of him traveling those fingers down the length of my arm should just elicit a small shiver. Instead, it feels like a sharp, cold wave that borders on actual pain, taking me entirely off guard. My breath catches in my throat, and even that feels like an overload of sensation, like claws digging around my lungs. There's affection lingering under the cruel curve of his lips, and it takes everything in my power not to make any sudden moves. Now, the sooner you complete your task, the better. You'll see. It's not too difficult, and the lunar god will also be very pleased with you. He's taking his time, walking in slow circles around me, observing me. You're going to do so wonderfully, my star. I notice amidst my panic that the second vial in his hand contains uncooked rice. He won't. But why? His thumb pries the cork off the top, and with a tilt of his wrist, he empties the contents of the vial, showering the wooden floors in tiny pale grains. Do I have to clean it up too? I hate that I feel afraid to ask what it's for. You should. Knees. He asks me to get on my knees a lot. Knees. He whispers, and I know it's not an order I can defy. But the moment my knees reach the floor, the rice digs into my skin, and I instantly understand. My legs feel like they're on fire. The individual grains push further into my knees, and with a muffled curse, I try to adjust my position. What the heck is this? Just as I shift to look up, the sight of Sirius holding an actual leather flogger makes me release a strangled sound I didn't know I was capable of making. No, no, no. Easy there, easy. You're going to do it yourself, so it won't be so bad. After all, you're the one who must repent. Beneath that mask, I am sobbing. I take a deep, careful breath. What if I refuse? Sirius chuckles, and it's devoid of its warmth. Oh. Then I suppose I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Can't have my little star ruining her chances. Do it yourself? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. You do it. I don't want to. Oh. Guess we wasn't on the same wavelength this time because I didn't know we were going in this route. What if I want you to do it? My own voice surprises me, and I feel my face heat up under the mask. His expression is utterly indecipherable, until a strange grin tugs his lips. Sweet little star. His voice thickens. Oh my god. I didn't take you for a masochist. You never asked. Oh, we are on it too. Oh my god. I'll be sure to reward that honesty plenty. He handles the flogger with an experienced grip, and it doesn't take a genius to see he's done this plenty before. All I can do is stare at the tail swaying around and prepare myself for the impact. We'll start with 10. I close my eyes, but no amount of deep breaths or mental preparation ready me for the impact between my shoulder blades. My vision goes white as mind-shattering pain explodes all over my back. It's unlike anything I've felt before, and it takes everything in me not to scream. The next hit comes sooner than expected, just a few centimeters lower, enough to revive the previous state surge of pain. Alongside that, the rice continues to dig further into my knees. This time, I scream. Perfect. Suffering for your wrongdoings and completely letting go. What a wonderful sight. Another 2 hits of the flogger make me choke back sobs. I'm so proud of you. He murmurs a few words in a language I don't understand under his breath, giving me a moment to curl up and brace myself for the next hit. But Sirius isn't having it. Sit up, sleepy. When I refuse to budge, still trembling with the aftershocks of pain, his fingers hook into the collar of my cloak and tug. They pull up further and further, but before long, I'm gasping for air and clawing at his hands. Sirius? I said, sit up. My struggling only serves to please him further. At this point, I'm desperate for all of it to stop. I nod and fight through the sensation until he releases my cloak, after which I fall back to my previous position on my knees. Everything aches deeply. There's 6 more to go. Oh my god, there's 6. We only got through 4. I can make it through. Just need a bit longer. But the next hit comes far too soon. I'm screaming again, the force of it resonating in my vocal cords. Each individual tail flick leaves trails of fire searing across my back. As the flogger traces a figure 8 across my skin, my throat tightens up. Please, God. I feel warm tears dripping down my face. He takes a deep, satisfied breath. That's it. Beg for forgiveness. By the time I receive the final hit, my vision goes blurry, and I realize my senses are dulling again. A pleasant numbness washes over me. Darkness quickly engulfs my senses. I'm not conscious long enough to realize that my body has already collapsed onto the floor. The safe word is looking pretty good right now. Can I tell him the safe word? Can I be like peaches and he'll stop? By the time I come to, I'm surrounded by the smell of cotton and the feel of something warm and soft on my arm. It's just the right lukewarm temperature, something like a damp cloth gently dabbing away the sweat and grime of my skin. I keep my eyes closed, fearing it might stop if I happen to open my eyes. The cloth is removed, and I hear the sound of water dripping. Where the sensation returns to my other arm, I almost exhale in relief. It feels so comforting that I'm tempted to drift off again. It's when the cloth runs up the side of my neck that my breath hitches. Are you awake, little star? Darn. I decide not to respond. His thumb crawls up to rest over the edge of my ear, and with a deliberately slow, ghostly touch, he runs it around the shell until it reaches the lobe and gives it a pinch that makes something inside me tingle. Your body is betraying you. Open your eyes, Sleepy. He is over me. Okay, so just as much as he's a menace, we're also kind of a menace, and I kind of like it. Talk about playing dirty. I shift on the mattress underneath me. Do all priests make it a habit to fondle their visitors during their sleep? Mouthy from the moment you wake, I see. I bite back a response and take a moment to reassess my situation. The effects of the syrup have long since worn off, though I'm felt with a little sensitivity sparking up here and there. Do you want water? His sudden kindness surprises me this time, and I nod in response. I hadn't realized how parched I really am. Wait here. Sirius quickly makes his way out of the room, leaving me all alone and disoriented. I need time to organize my thoughts. About that punishment, for example. After all, I now know for certain what kind of person Sirius is. I need to deal with this to get the ichor. The structure of the ritual was comforting. It was very enjoyable. It was kind of comforting. I felt pain, of course, but the whole process was comforting. He was the one taking care of all the decisions. I didn't need to worry about any of that. I can just focus on what I need to do and let him work out the complicated details. And for now, I think that's okay. I just wish I understood why he cares so much. I lower my hood while he's gone, allowing myself having just a little freedom to move. I'm tempted to remove my mask, but it doesn't feel like the right time. I can't show Sirius more of my face. My head is still swimming as more questions continue to pop up one after another. I doubt that all the followers of the lunar god engage in these kinds of behavior, unless the underground is a fair bit kinkier than I anticipated. Actually, not very surprising. That still begs the question of why Sirius is having me undergo this. Personal satisfaction, a genuine desire to follow some obscure commandments, questionable morals. Before I can come to any kind of conclusion, he's back with a tray, carrying a pitcher of fresh water and what looks like chocolate? Correct. He hands me the little tray and I inspect the contents. This better not be spiked again. It won't be unless you give me a reason to, little star. I'm not sure if he's joking or not. Reassuring. I take a swig of water, letting it soothe the back of my throat before I reach for the square of chocolate. It's dark, with an uneven surface. When I take a bite into it, I'm surprised by the hint of lavender and black tea that melts in my mouth. Little grains are spread throughout the chocolate, and with each bite, they release a burst of flavor. Volunteers sometimes come help with food, and on the good days, there's leftovers. Could get used to this. We sit in silence for a while, until I set the platter aside and shuffle into the better position against the headboard. How is your back feeling? It's okay. I'm having a hard time gauging his reaction. Then his lips tug into another, calmer smile. It is my duty to make sure you're all right. That being said, I have a question for you. He's an aftercare king? That's not good for me. Do you need any more aftercare, Sleepy? Sir, whatever you gotta give to me, give it to me. Huh. I want a hug. I want to drink water. I warm drink instead of water. I want to be left alone. I want an extra blanket. I want a hug. I think I deserve one. Silence follows, but surprisingly, Sirius complies and sets himself at the edge of the mattress. When I reach my arms out for him, he reciprocates. I find myself leaning in, resting my forehead on his shoulder, while his gloved hand rubs soothing circles across my back. The scent of cotton seems to come from him, a surprisingly gentle one, mingling with the incense and candle smoke that I've grown accustomed to. It's a strange feeling, being so physically close to someone you're not entirely sure you trust. But as we share bodily heat, and I feel the hard planes of his body against mine, I feel myself lowering my guard. Girl, let's not do this then. Eventually, our heartbeats match. All throughout our embrace, I never turned to look at him. I don't know what happened if I did. We stay like this for a while. Didn't think you were one for hugs. People need physical touch. It's essential for our well-being. I don't think there's any shame in indulging that. He sure loves his roundabout answers. After a few more seconds, I let go. Do you need anything else? I can pick them all. Alright, everybody, strap in for some aftercare. I want something warm to drink. It's a little chilly here. I see. I'll go fetch you something. He's gone for a while again, allowing me even more time to wonder as to why he's being so kind. I can't forget his expression just a while ago. I don't think I ever will. When Sirius comes back with a mug of chamomile tea, I sip in silence. I usually take mine with honey. But this time, I'm grateful he's chosen not to add any. I don't think I'd be able to stomach it just yet. Could you imagine? I can see him in the kitchen being like making the tea and like shit. Probably not. And just putting it, he's like, at least I feel it warm me from the inside, and my muscles relax for the first time in a while. Better? Yeah. I want a blanket. I'm feeling very cold. That would make sense. The church is very isolated from the outside. He stands up and makes his way to a simple wooden dresser drawer and picks out a neatly folded blanket from the bottom drawer. Then, long fingers unfolded to reveal a beautifully patterned indigo-colored quilt. He drapes it across my shoulders, surrounding me with warmth and a gentle, pillowy softness. Is this okay? His whisper makes me hesitant to answer. He's witnessing me at my most vulnerable, and I know that eventually it'll be much harder to keep my guard up. Yeah, this is good. Leave me alone. That's all I need, just some space. He seems hesitant. All right. If I come back in half an hour, does that sound acceptable? 45 minutes. Very well. He's over it. The sound of the door shutting makes my shoulders slump slightly in relief. The mask comes off, as do my gloves and the rest of my cloak. It's the perfect opportunity to rest and regain my footing. My body still feels incredibly stiff, but with each stretch, I feel it loosening and gradually becoming more responsive. When I realize I still have a bit of time, I close my eyes and meditate. A wave of calm settles over my mind, and with that, I know I made the right choice. That same calm persists even when he comes back. I'm all good now. Before I forget, my star, I've got some news regarding the notes. This makes me sit up straighter in attention. Really? Indeed. I'll be sending out someone tomorrow, and if all goes well, they'll be back with positive news. Can't we just go there ourselves? Sirius seems apologetic. It's not a very safe place to be. I'd rather you stay here. You understand, right? Yes. I'm glad. Why did that not quite feel right? Something at the back of my mind twists my words, distorting them as they leave my lips. I feel a cold sweat overtaking me, even as Sirius' hands help me out of bed. How long have you had your diagnoses for? 2 months. Then you still have time. His hand brushes the wrinkles from my hood and stays there for a while. Yeah, I think so. I'll keep you safe. For the first time, I hear something akin to desperation in his voice, a barely audible tremble. I promise. This time, I chose to believe him. Best end. Sirius will keep you safe. Okay. So he kind of got me. I just like him a little bit. Like, I don't like him too much. Just a little bit. Today we are going to be finishing Sirius's route in Obscura. I'm hoping to get the rest of his endings. There are, I believe 6 in total. I could be wrong. Don't quote me. Hold on. Okay, so I lied. There's 5. We are going to go ahead and get the rest of those. And I'm excited. Okay, let's get into it. So for this second route, we're gonna try to get his worst of the worst ending. I pick at my nails in slight discomfort, thankfully hidden from view under my long sleeves. He doesn't seem all that bad at first glance, but I don't appreciate the pushiness I feel from him. It's disconcerting. I'll pass. Maybe I'm just on high alert. The marketplace hasn't given me much of a break. I want to trust my gut feeling, but the truth is that I'm tired, demotivated, and a little hungry. So the gut can't be trusted. My bad. Of course you don't have to answer. You know better than anyone else how important anonymity is down here, I'm sure. Indeed. He sounds a little saddened, but I don't understand why. That being said, sometimes it is our dedication to remaining a stranger that is our downfall in the end. Huh. I don't really understand what he meant by that, so I dismiss it as a priest's philosophical ramblings. I think I ought to be heading back soon. Errands won't run themselves. Good luck, my star. What can I call you the next time we meet? Next time, huh? Sleepy. Sirius repeats it, testing the pronunciation. Then a smile spreads across his lips. It suits you. Thanks. Picked it myself. Quite the mouthy one, aren't you? It's part of my endless charm. Hey, I'm back. Didn't want to disturb you back there. Back there? Oh. He tilts his head, lips stretching into a mysterious smile. Didn't I make you curious, by any chance? About the ceremony? Yes. Not really. I just really didn't want to get in the way. That's a shame. His smile falters, only for a second. Either way, I'm sure you didn't come here just to spy on me and the paintings. His comment makes me smile. Maybe I did. My star, what if I told you there might be another way? I feel my hand twitch, then curl into a fist. Impossible. I wouldn't be so sure. The lunar god is benevolent, wondrous being. Goosebumps erupt all over my skin, and my heart leaps into my throat. It's too good to be true. It has to be. There is no conceivable way he could have answers right here, on a silver platter. Everything about this situation is making the alarm bells in my head go off. Instead of cutting Sirius off, I wait for him to elaborate. His voice drops an octave. You're shivering. Time around us comes to a standstill. I don't have a cure, not yet, but I want to help you. Will you let me help you, Sleepy? I can't. Yes. Is that even a question? Refusing that would be utterly idiotic of me. Thank you. The words spill from my mouth before I can even think twice. I'm still in disbelief. My mind is overcome with a sudden wave of confusion. I need to know the details. But he's been so kind to me, I have a hard time doubting the validity of his claims. Sirius adjusts his gloves with a practiced movement. I'll need a bit of time. Getting a hold of the substance is no easy feat. Unlikely, but if you'd like to offer a prayer, that will always be encouraged. I contemplate the idea. I'd prefer not to. I think I'll pass. I'd rather start looking right away. I'm feeling antsy. Are you sure? It really might not be such a bad idea. Huh? Doubt instantly settles into my gut. You never know how the small things might alter your chances of survival, my star. I don't want to. I strongly recommend you reconsider. I don't want to. I strongly recommend you reconsider. I don't want to. We can do this all day, Sirius.
A few moments later.
2 hours later. 1 eternity later.
The next day.
Fine. You're awfully insistent. I apologize, Sleepy, but your safety is very important. Then let us be quick about it. His shadowy mask turns my way, lips set into a neutral line. My favorite line. Chin up, Sleepy. Do not hide your face from the lunar god. Expose your emotions. I feel vulnerable, protected, and annoyed. Annoyed. You're annoying. A bit uncomfortable. I don't necessarily like taking orders. I think I might show in my body language because Sirius grows somewhat quiet. He gives me a moment to adjust. You're almost there. Simply repeat after me, my star. On my way back to the Leaping Bear, I stop at a food stall for some hearty potato soup and allow myself to take a bit of time to relax. I don't think I'll ever truly get used to not seeing the sun, but I'm starting to warm up to the underground as a whole. Halfway through another sip, I think back on what happened at the church. I don't understand why he was so insistent. It was kind of nice. I hated every second of it. His pushiness still leaves a bitter aftertaste lingering in the back of my mouth. I should have walked right out of those doors. My fist curls tighter around the spoon in frustration. Frustration because Sirius remains my only lead and hope in finding lunar Ecor. I have to work hard while I'm still here. After loitering around for just a bit longer, I pay for my soup and begin my long detour home. Let's be mean to him this time. Retract my hand. Out of habit, I pull my hand back uncomfortable. Excuse me. Oh, I'm very sorry. I should have asked. At first glance, he's an easily frightened sort. I'm not sure how much of that is genuine. Please take care and allow me to make this up to you someday. Sirius expectantly hands the person in front of him something that gleams in candlelight, pale and deathly. It's a blade. My body immediately tenses at the sight, and my heartbeat skyrockets. I have to do something. Is it even safe to interfere? Crap, what do I do? I want to see what happens if you let the time run out. I can't move. I'm too paralyzed by the sight in front of me. How could this be happening? The person now wielding the knife holds it to their hand as they would a precious jewel and then looks up at Sirius. Their voice trembles. Right here? No, you're right. Okay, so it goes back into the good ending. Walk away. No. This is crazy. I can't be seen here. I'm going to pretend I never saw anything. That's the only thing that can save me at this point. Morals be darned. I quietly shuffle my way back to the main hall, and once I'm past the altar, I bolt. Through the church doors, back into the anonymous safety of the crowd, I run until my lungs are on fire and I start feeling numb. I decide to duck into a less crowded alley and lean against the murky wall for support. I'm exhausted. Definitely a bit out of shape. But most of all, shaken to the core. I can't believe that was serious. Who was he threatening and why? Of course he couldn't be trusted. I should have known. My gut feeling was right after all. Though I feel tears of frustration prickle at my eyes, I will them away with a shake of my head and close my fist, concentrating on my breathing. Maybe there's another way to go about this. What do I do now? Continue cooperating? Find another way to get a hold of the Ecor. I'm gonna save. Let's continue cooperating with Sirius. It's okay. I'll just return tomorrow or the day after. He'll never know I saw anything. I only need to stick with him for this information. I head back to the inn, distraught, and contemplate my new interaction with Sirius. I have no idea how it'll go. I don't have to wait long to find out, of course. When I'm back the next day, he questions where I was, and I lie about feeling unwell. I don't care if he truly believes me or not. Maybe he knows I saw something. As long as he doesn't acknowledge it and gives me the information, that's all that matters to me. So, did you find anything about where Nexus left things behind? I'm sorry, my star. Not yet. He pauses, then smiles. You'll have to give me just a little bit more time. Okay, I trust you. I have to force myself to say that last part. Sirius tilts his head to the side. Do you really, Sleepy? My throat feels tight. I do. It feels like the biggest lie I've ever told. And that night, once again, I'm struck with nerve-wracking insomnia that leaves me in a cold sweat the next morning. There's a surprise waiting for me when I arrive the next day, after awaiting answers from the priest. Another person stands beside him, muscular and expensively clothed. They seem to be in deep conversation until they notice me, and Sirius beckons me closer. My star, this is Ark. Ark pleased me Sleepy. She's a promising candidate, as I mentioned. Ark assesses me quickly and then turns back to the priest. How much? The alarm bells instantly go off in my head. Hold your horses, what? No, you shut up. Jesus. What are you doing? Why are you trying to sell me? He heaves a sigh. If you would let me finish. No, she's not for sale. Instead, she will come work for you, and I trust you'll pay her a livable wage. Certainly. They're talking about me as if I weren't right in front of them. Hey, I'm pretty sure I have a say in whether I want to work or not. This is the only way you'll be able to get the lunar core. His words hit me hard, though I find it difficult to believe him. He speaks truth. If you're successful, you'll be overflowing with coin. What does this job entail? Sirius smiles, but he doesn't answer me. The same smile stays on his face when he sees me off, as Ark forcibly drags me by the arm and into some shady side streets. He doesn't let go of me until I'm tossed into a small room, one of many in a long corridor, and he tells me to freshen up. The way the room is furnished tells me all I need to know. Chains neatly coiled in the corner, suspension points expertly attached to the ceiling. There's boxes of rope, oddly shaped toys, and all kinds of horrifying magical implements crammed into every corner, including the tiny bathroom off to the side, where I'm expected to make myself as presentable as possible. You have 10 minutes. Take any longer, and you'll have more than a few bruises to worry about. I take a deep breath. Then I swallow my pride. Every single bit of it. Because even if it means I'll live in the worst conditions for a while, at least I'll still have hope. Bad end. Sirius grew bored of you. Okay, so this is we're gonna find another way, because we ain't doing all of that with him. I ain't got time to play with him. It's been made abundantly clear to me that people just cannot be trusted here. All that's left for me is to rely on myself. I'm the only one I can trust down here in this godforsaken place. And that's okay. I don't need anybody. I collect myself, dust my robes off, and start walking again. I'll keep checking in on the shops every day, as long as I have to, until I find it. Days trickle by. I have an aim, but it seems like despite the ever-changing layout of the market, I can't find anything. The soles of my shoes wear down from the constant walking. My coin pouch feels lighter by the day. It won't be long until I can't even afford to stay at the inn anymore. But never once do I return to the church. I'd rather rot here in the streets than rely on some corrupt priest's help. At least if I'll die down here, it'll be with dignity. My search continues. I'm growing desperate. I can feel something gnawing at the back of my mind, demanding freedom. It claws at my conscience, unrelenting, but I have nothing to silence it. It's pure willpower that keeps me on my feet now, every single day. Eventually, my funds run out. Fearing Rufus is bad, I hand in my key to the bare-masked caretaker, who observed me with poorly disguised pity when she sees the state I'm in. Nothing? I shake my head. When I step out the inn for the last time, my common sense tells me to head back up to the light where I belong, to bask in the sun and let its rays wash away all my worries. But I can't do that. I'm running out of time. So I stay. I walk every day and sit at the edge of busy streets, silently begging for some cash to feed myself with. I feel my physical self weakening, but my resolve never does. It's a horrible way to live. But at least here, I'll have a better chance of finding the ichor. And so, I keep walking. Oh no. Bad end. Your search led you nowhere. Okay, so this is another one of the endings. Halfway through another sip, I think back on what happened at the church. I don't understand why he's so insistent. The strange gut feeling never leaves me. Fanatical priests aren't unheard of, and there's a fair share who would do anything to spread the word of their religion. But Sears never struck me as that kind of priest. So why now? Either way, I need to come to terms with what happened. I have to work hard while I'm here. After loitering around for just a bit longer, I pay for my soup and begin my long detour back. So we wanted to confront him. We did the confronting after the person left. Why? Why is this happening? What? Hush, little star. As much as I enjoy the sound of your voice, you really do talk too much. He takes a step back, finally allowing me a bit of personal space. Then he immediately turns around and makes his way to one of the minimalist wooden shelves in the corner of his room. Then I suppose I'll have to take matters into my own hands. I can't have my little star ruining her chances. I'll do it myself. Okay. Something about this feels decidedly wrong. Conflicting emotions surge through me as I gaze up from my position. Why is this necessary? I don't understand. You'll understand once you're done, I assure you. Punishments can be rather enlightening experiences. I'll do it. I reach up for Sirius's flogger, instantly feeling the weight of it in my hand. It's real black leather, braided around the handle for grip, extending into a dozen thin tails. Even just feeling it brush against my fingertips makes me shiver. The effects of the nectar have fully settled in at this point. How about you start with 10? It doesn't matter where, as long as we can see your strength as normal. He pauses. But don't hit any organs. The back is a relatively safe spot to start. He cares. He cares for us. Funny that you're thinking about safety right now. Sirius's masked expression tells me everything I need to know. His patience is running dry. But it's the only thing keeping me sane while I contemplate the idea of inflicting intense pain on myself. I'm dragging the time out. Surely it won't be so bad. I just have to muster up the courage. As soon as my palms stop shaking, crap. With a decisive grip, I move the flogger into position in front of me. And then I fling it over my shoulder, the tails to reach a spot on my upper back. The sudden onslaught of pain makes me gasp, and I instantly drop the tool to steel myself and control my breathing. The impact lingers for a while, rippling over the skin in burning, painful waves. Shh! Don't swear before our God. Sirius instantly chastises me before I can say any more, and watches me from above with poorly concealed glee. That's one. Only 9 more to go. It takes everything to even pick up the flogger, with how the hit has affected me. But I can't stop now. I go for another hit, willing it to land a little lower than earlier. When it doesn't, the lashing hits the previous spot. I double over, whimpering into my cloak. I already feel myself breaking into a cold, clammy sweat. Oh dear. He grins. His grin is nothing short of sadistic. That must have hurt, you poor thing. I don't even know if I can do all 10 without passing out at this rate. Waiting until the pain ebbs away before going for the next hit takes progressively longer. And every time I can feel the priest's impatience growing. He's encouraging me to keep going. I can't. Yes, you can. The pain is all in your head, little star. It's all for the greater good. The pain will cleanse you ever so deeply from head to toe. I promise, you're going to feel so much better afterwards. You'll feel so good. His voice is sickeningly sweet, staining my mind with hypnotic suggestions that leave me dizzy. I brace myself for another self-inflicted hit, and this time I collapse, breath ragged. I can see my hand shaking in front of me, despite my blurring vision. It doesn't take long for me to realize it's tears. Harder. I know you can go just a little harder for me. Come now. His tongue sweeps across his lips to wet them, and in that moment I think he doesn't look nor sound like a priest. But I keep that to myself as I raise my hand for the final time, and when the impact lands between my shoulder blades, I succumb to the darkness. My senses numb, finally. It's the sweetest release. So good I could keep crying. And then I pass out. Before I forget, my star, I've got some news regarding the notes. This makes me sit up straighter in attention. Really? Indeed. I'll be sending out someone tomorrow, and if all goes well, they'll be back with positive news. Can't we just go ourselves? I'm not sure that's a good idea. Why? I think you should head home for the day. His words leave me confused. Why did his mood suddenly change? Maybe I should. His curt demeanor kind of stings, though I am unsure if it's because he's withholding information or because he's kicking me out. While I get up to ensure I have all my belongings on me, Sirius waits in tense silence. But I want answers. So when are you going to be honest with me? His lips pull into a thin line, clearly not in the mood for questions. I have not been honest with me whatsoever, Sirius. I'm trusting you with my life here, but you can't even be asked to give me a straight answer. Irritation starts to fuel my words. No, instead of that, you're just pulling me along whatever way you like, without any consideration. Just when I'm about to say more, he turned towards me completely. with all trace of annoyance vanished. You're not ready for the honest truth.
And I'm not out of order. You're out of order. The whole freaking system is out of order. You want the truth? You want the truth? You can't handle the truth!
His words feel like a slap across the face. What? There is so much more at play here than you realize, Sleepy, and you know nothing of it. Someone who's been here for so little time cannot possibly hope to understand yet. My mind was racing. There are so many words I want to hurl back at him, but none of them come out. Instead, I take a deep breath. You're full of crap. Go home. We'll talk once you've calmed down. He unlocks the door for me, and I don't waste a second before storming out. I'm tired. A part of me wants to run and never see him again, thinking maybe it'll be easier on my own. But I'm stubborn, and I'll do everything to get what I want. Eventually, Sirius will understand that. Oh, we about to fight Sirius. Neutral end. You won't give up. Okay, this time let's interfere. Wait! Sirius! My body moves out into the open before common sense can stop me. Both of them immediately whip around, taken out from their moment, and as the other person raises their knife with trembling hands, I realize I've messed up. Wait. Drop it. The clatter of metal on the ground makes me exhale in relief, but not for long. Sirius steps around the trembling figure, then slowly makes his way towards me. My star? He starts, mouth set into a frown. My first instinct is to step back, fearing the consequences, but my morals are stronger and keep me rooted in place. What is going on here? Why? I don't have the context, but I'm filled with the bitter sting of betrayal nonetheless. How could someone, as seemingly kind as him, just turn around and take advantage of someone so clearly out of it? Why are you threatening this person? What even? Sleepy. Sirius's voice turns back to the warm, comforting one I've always heard. But right now, I don't know if I can trust it. You shouldn't be here, by Star. I'm simply taking care of some sensitive matters. You have to understand. Sensitive matters? Really? You gave him a knife. One that he was going to use on himself. On himself. He pauses. I think you have the wrong idea. What I gave him is not a weapon, but a ritual dagger. One used in the elaborate dances and rituals of repentance. I'm left utterly speechless. I stare at Sirius, then back at the trembling person. Then I ask them if it's true. They nod. I think I should leave. I think you're staying right where you are. We're not gonna obey you. No. No freaking way. When he sees I offer no further answers, his fingers grab my face and tear the lower segments of my mask off. The hinges and ruined remains of it lie forgotten on the floor as I stumble back. Before I know, my lips are pried open with strong but controlled force. When I try to bite down, the vial is jammed carelessly between my teeth, allowing the liquid inside to pour over my tongue. The solid glass is enough to stop my bite, but I'm left with pain blooming in my whole mouth, as a few tiny shards of glass resting on my tongue, almost as a warning. The nectar is just as thick as the initial smell, but now it runs over my taste buds. I'm overwhelmed by the flowery, syrupy aftertaste. I feel it sticking to my lips like a glaze, and when he continues pouring, it trickles down my chin. I've got some news regarding the notes. It makes me sit up straighter in attention. Really? Indeed. I'll be sending out someone tomorrow, and if all goes well, they'll be back with positive news. Can't we just go there ourselves? Sears pursed his lips, taking the time to think. I suppose I can't stop you. We could go now if you'd like. I feel a surge of energy shoot straight through me as I leap out of the bed, then adjust my hood. I've never felt more ready. Let's go. He chuckles. Eager. I dismiss the comment and make my way towards the door that has been since unlocked. When the night air hits my face outside the church, I find myself completely relieved. I never realized how suffocating the small room was, even in comparison to a literal cave. Sirius guides me in silence through a long series of unwinding maze-like passages, though progressively more and more obscure stalls. We eventually find ourselves in front of a row of small, decrepit homes, one of which is barely standing. The door is broken down and the walls are crumbling. But that is the one he leads me towards. Then I see it, the desk and the stack of documents, almost as though waiting for us. What I don't see is the thin little line of magic running across the floor, barely shimmering amidst the dust.
I'm in danger!
By the time my foot passes through it, the floorboards spread apart with a sharp crack, and suddenly, blades shoot up from the gap and into my flesh. I can't even make a sound. Not when my entire body is impaled and falling apart, landing on the floor with a sickening squelch. I feel strangely full. The sharp edges cut like butter through my organs, muscle, and skin, leaving me to bathe in a horrifying, unceremonious puddle of my own bodily juices. The life drains out of me, and I barely manage to hear Sirius sighing before my consciousness shuts down, never to come back. I'll have to thank them for setting this up. She fell right into it. Sirius makes his way over to the remains of Sleepy and kneels down, petting her head. You're okay now. You don't have to suffer anymore. Even better? Now I won't have to listen to that little mouth going off. Are we still at the Leaping Bear? Okay, so we got the chapter 1 best ending. And then let me pause here. So, Obscura is it is about you going to this place called the Underground. And in the Underground, you are essentially trying to find Lunar Ichor. And Lunar Ichor is something that can essentially save your life because you are you have a disease, and the disease is like chipping away at your will to live essentially. So your body is shutting down. So you get the chance to meet 4 different characters. There's Kier, who is a thief, and then there's Francesco, who's a rich boy from up above who came down and said, I want to do everything crazy. He's British, just so you know. There's Oleander, who is a merchant and the love of my life. And the last one is Sears, who we're playing now. He's the priest. So the reason that they all have face coverings is because everything is anonymous under the mountain. That means you don't get to know who's doing what. You don't get to know. It's anonymity. Anonymity is the biggest thing, basically. Can you see through them? Nope. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Sorry. So, like, our mask, I wonder if you can. Yeah, okay. So, here you see us at the bottom. We have little eye slits. Sirius's mask is weird. I don't know if he can see through it. He probably can because he's weird. He's shifty. You'll see. You'll see. But so last we left off, we just got done. What did we get done with Sirius doing? We just got done essentially getting a punishment. And I think that's all I can say, or it's going to give away the story. But anyway, here we go. The stiffness in my shoulder instantly makes itself known, and that slowly creeps up my skull, blooming into a throbbing headache. I feel like shit. Despite the fact that my inner clock tells me I've overslept again, I'm not well rested. The weight that plagues my thoughts returns in full force after getting up to splash some water on my face. Oh no. I should go back. The church beckons me. Sirius will be waiting, and I'm oddly excited to see him again, even though he's really creepy. Freaking priest. I don't allow myself the luxury to wallow in my tiredness any longer and head downstairs to greet Bruna right away. She's busy as always, flitting around the room with armfuls of silverware and dirty bowls, pencil tucked behind one ear. When she sees me, we exchange polite nods. Someone's chipper today. That's one word for it. Have a seat and I'll bring you today's breakfast. It only takes a few minutes for her to come back with a savory breakfast of omelet and toasted salad. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. The smell of it makes my mouth water. I've come to learn that the Leaping Bear's menu changes constantly depending on the supply of food available. Fresh fruits that tend to spoil easily is hard to come by, with owners favoring a long shelf life instead. Facts. This place is no exception. But it feels like they're doing good right now. I polish off my plate without delay and head upstairs to make preparations for today's trip. Anticipation fuels my footsteps today. Sirius and I haven't discussed what plans for today are, so I left somewhat unprepared, but I do my best to go with an open mind. He's been awfully insistent that I come back sooner. It's strange. On one hand, I don't feel like I know him. Up until a little over a week ago, we were complete strangers, and now he treats me like a stranger with familiarity. But he doesn't strike me as someone who gets attached easily. The scenery around me transforms when I enter the church's neighborhood, and eventually, the looming structure ahead is all I can see. I hesitate for a moment before I step inside. My heartbeat flutters, quickly reminded of what happens behind these very doors. There's no point in delaying the inevitable, so I push past my subconscious and discomfort and hurry through the oaken doors. Sirius is already busy with two other robed individuals when I come in and make my presence known. His head turns towards me, and I'm instantly met with a smile as he motions me towards him. Crazy ass. Oh, hold on. We gotta do Sirius's voice. You're here, little star. Did you have a good night's rest? Could have been better. I turn towards the two others, who nod politely in my direction. And you are? Pleased to meet you. We were just on our way out. An evasive answer. The second person doesn't speak at all. I do, however, feel their intense gaze on me through their mask. Is it already that time? Please take Oh, I can't read. Please take care on your way out. Thank you. We're in your debt. I wait until they've left the church before turning towards Sirius to question him. They don't look like civilians. You're correct. You want to know their purpose? I do. Curious as always. I'm afraid I'm not at liability to share that information with you. They don't take kindly to strangers poking their nose into their business. I hold back a vulgar sounding snort. I don't know what I was expecting. How very convenient that those folks are the discreet type. That is the simple reality of how the marketplace works, my star. People demand privacy at every opportunity, and it is not my place to question them, nor their intentions. Surely you understand, hmm? His words are smooth. His words are smooth and wrapped themselves around my heart without further question. Rude! Fine. My thoughts drift back to the original goal of my visit, to continue our research. Any news on the documents? As a matter of fact, no. I was hoping to hear from them by the end of today. It shouldn't be long until they report back. Right. He pauses while I shift my weight to my other foot, feeling somewhat restless. In the meantime, how would you like to help me with an errand? Ooh, hold on, we get to go on a date with Daddy? Yay! Depends on what kind of errand, if I go on that. Depends how sassy I'm feeling. I'm missing several potion ingredients from my cabinet. You know, the other night when I made you drink that really weird potion that tasted like honey, and then you got on your knees on top of rice, and I made you whip yourself. Yes, I'm missing that specific ingredient. Where was I? And I thought you should like to see the beautiful things my regular store has in stock. Potions, huh? For a second, I swear I can smell honey nectar in the air and my throat closes up. If he notices my apprehension, he doesn't comment on it. Sure, I'll come with you. Wonderful. Let me close up the back and fetch my belongings. Boo, Sirius. Once back outside, I realized that this is the first time I've seen Sirius leave the church, by my side no less. It wouldn't make sense for someone to never leave their abode, but I can't shake how incredibly odd it feels to see him among the rest of the crowd. There we go. He stands out very clearly. Not just that, but people around him recognize him and almost light up at the mere sight of him. Look at that smug face. I want to beat it. I want to smack that smug off his face. Good morning, Sirius. Will today's sermon be held at this afternoon? Certainly, my star. I'm looking forward to your attendance. Let me do a man's voice. What a lovely coincidence seeing you out there. Indeed. It is a good day to run errands. Has your ankle injury healed yet? Yes, thank you for your prayer. I feel so much better now. I swear, one day I will get better at my men's voices. That day just isn't today. And that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Because then I would be perfect and there would be an issue with that, right? Right. It leaves a strange aftertaste in my mouth knowing that these people are clueless about what goes on behind closed doors. He seems to care a lot about his reputation. A sudden urge to tell him and his onlookers exactly what I think about his situation wells up inside me. Be a brat? Listen. Be a brat? Listen. Be a brat? Let's be a brat. Hey, you. Me? Has Sirius here told you about the other healing methods he's been using recently? They're very effective, you know. Oh, he is upset. Oh, God. I get scared making him mad. Okay. The effect is instantaneous. His posture tenses, and I can tell he's ready to step in as soon as I cross one of his boundaries. Oh, God. What do you mean? I mean that you need to make the lunar god very, very happy first. Unfortunately, that requires getting on your... You'll have to excuse me, Miriam. She's still recovering from her concussion. Not him saying we're concussed. Not us being concussed. He said she has something wrong in the her head. Something is wrong with it. Don't worry about it. Concussion my ass. Sleepy sometimes says, oh, hold on. I'm gone by this whole situation that I can't even speak. Sleepy sometimes says illogical things because of it. Please forgive our discourtesy. Oh no, that's alright. I hope she feels better soon. With that, his hand wraps around my wrist and he drags me away with subtle but noticeable force. I feel like I've won. Ooh, we'll see. I still have power that I can exert over him. Don't let me catch you mouthing off like that again. Alright, Daddy Dom. Or else... I don't like that smile. I promise you, little star. I know what you're doing. There are easier ways with lesser consequences of getting what you want. I'm scared. Mom, come get me. I'm scared. My heart catches in my throat. Tell me you understand. Yes. I croak out. I understand. I suppress a shiver. Oh no, is that our brat meter? Is this the brat meter? Brat meter. You guys want to fill it up? Should that be what we do first? Fill up the brat meter? Yeah. Something shifts between us and I suddenly feel like I've treaded on a very, very fine line. The tension between us deflates. Brat run! You don't worry, we're doing a brat run now. The tension between us deflates and our walk continues almost as though nothing happened. He stops to chat with a few more people, all exhibiting varying levels of gratitude. Eventually, our walk takes up a quieter side of the street, and large crowds scatter into nothing. My gaze slides over to Sirius, who seems to notice right away. Little star? None of them know. About our private rituals, you mean? Yeah. They don't, nor should they. These are special circumstances, and therefore we need to experiment a little. Sharing incomplete information with these good people would be rather unethical. His nerve leaves me completely incredulous. You would dare talk about ethics? Of course, it is my duty after all. Unbelievable. Hi, Hannah. It's nice to thank you for joining. We're getting on this the priest's nerve. Because we have to. The brat meter said so. Sirius takes us down another winding set of paths, each quieter than the last, until we reach a discreet store with a small engraved sign at the door that says, Open. When I look past the grimy facade, the window reveals a whole plethora of powders, alchemy equipment, with matching glass bottles and what appears to be small packages of ingredients. Once inside, the smell of chemicals tickle my nose. Oh no, we made it to the apothecary. It looks cute though. This place is quite different on the inside. Sirius greets the owner, taking some additional time to ask about new arrivals. In the meantime, I browse their selection. I quickly realize why this store is located so far away from the rest of the businesses. Oh no! Potassium cyanide, belladonna extract, arsenic. They sell poisonous ingredients as though they were cute souvenirs. Everything is neatly packaged in brown paper envelopes and crystal jars. On the other side of the shelf, I find aphrodisiacs and a selection of serums whose purpose eludes me. I told y'all he was crazy. He's crazy. Like, of all the characters in this game, he actually strikes fear into my soul. Are you finding anything interesting, little star? Hardly. This isn't my area of expertise. He pauses to flip through a book of pressed flowers. Perhaps you'd like to learn someday? Okay, wait, yeah, I would actually. My mind perks up at this. I'd be interested. I'm especially curious about the weird concoctions you're able to create. Weird, you say? Yeah, I bet you got all kinds of messed up recipes of the pain intensifying variety, maybe even the slightly lethal variety. And just who will you be using them on? Hmm? Can't say. Maybe I'll stick some into your drinking you don't notice. A strange, subtle thrill rushes through me. Our previous tense mood is long forgotten now, replaced by easygoing banter and light quips. Despite him being his unpredictable self, Sirius is strangely easy to talk to when the time is right. When did you learn all of the potion making anyway? It was a long time ago. During my childhood, in fact. I took it as part of an extracurricular program outside of school. We had a very thorough and good teacher. That makes me scared for you. What was your teacher doing? Sadly, she's no longer with us. Is my man a victim? Is my man a victim? It's kind of sounding like my man is a victim. Oh God. I hope he's not a victim, because then I'll feel bad making fun of him all the time. But her teachings won't be forgotten. Oh no, he was right. He was groomed. Yeah. I'm like, ooh, God, he was groomed to be crazy. Hard to imagine you going to school. Really? Then you might be surprised to hear I was the top of my class too. That's not surprising. Of course. That's not surprising at all. The conversation dwindles there, and he turns away to pick out a few other ingredients. I try to lose myself amidst the crushed petals and powders, but I can't shake the undercurrent of discomfort. I doubt this place ever truly feels safe. I need to focus. Research is important. And he's a nerd too! Yeah, he's a groomed nerd. A groomed nerd. Maybe I could even find something to suppress some of my fractum anima symptoms. Oh, yeah, it's a fracture. Okay, so we have a fracture in our soul. It's like a hair-thin fracture in our soul that keeps cracking bigger and bigger as time goes on. By the time I make it through a quarter of powders, Sirius wraps up his purchases and makes his way back to me. We should have been seeing what he was buying. Are you ready to head back? Sure. I'm disappointed by the lack of finds, but I've made a mental note at this shop's location. I'll always be able to come back one day. Not don't we all? We're all a little broken inside. God. What'll you be making with those? Some of my specialties. I can let you try them if you're interested. Something tells me I might not want to, no matter how interested I am. Facts. I see. Come, I need to make some preparations before today's sermon. Yes, Big Daddy. Our walk back is quiet. It feels as though for once Sirius is either lost in thought or concentrating. He mentioned a sermon. Must be really important to him to get those right. Dark cobblestone alleyways transform into wider, dimly lit side streets until we reach the main road leading to the church. Despite lying under the oppressive roof of a cavern's darkness, it feels easier to breathe out here. That feeling fades once we're inside. The familiar scent of incense and smoke clogs my throat. Wait! Okay, no, hold on. Let's go back. We're gonna keep our brat run, don't worry. But I wanna go back and I wanna see what happens if we just kind of if we choose to be quiet. Okay, no, I lied. We're gonna stick to what we were doing because I'm a bad noodle and I don't have any patience. Oop, okay. Okay. The familiar sense of incense and smoke clogs my throat. I'm going to begin my preparations now. I hope I'll see you at the sermon today, too, little star. You've yet to attend one, if I'm not mistaken. I pause for a second to mull over my options as my gut suddenly twists with uncertainty. Should I really be wasting my time here when I could go out and be one step closer to finding Lunary Core? He is expecting news on the documents tonight. Maybe I can just Wait until then. One afternoon won't hurt. Or would it? What you mean? How much time do I have left? I'll see. I'm going to think about it and snoop around in the meantime. Snoop? You've got cool paintings on the walls. Certainly. I'll see you in a bit. Taking in the artwork helps distract me from the decision making. This time, my walks take me to the other side of the altar, close to the doors leading off to the private room. On the side, the paintings are more akin to scientific diagrams with an artistic flair. That's interesting. The first three are... Ooh, child. Alright, hold on. The first three are aquarelle stained star charts depicting one constellation each. Oh, that's cool. Their names, the dusk, the hourglass, and the string, are engraved on small metal plaques under each frame. Seems like they've been preserved here for a while. A little further down, a worn plaque with barely legible text recounts a few fragments of lunar religion's history. Them being an offshoot of the solar religion, their rebellion against the fixed values of said religion, and their eventual desire to focus on transformation instead. It's all mostly common knowledge. My wandering leads me back to the altar. Sirius seems deeply focused today. He carefully dusts off his tomes atop the golden-plated lectern and rearranges one candle on the ground, one by one. It's a slow, methodical process that, were it not for the situation I find myself in, I would find relaxing to watch. Eventually, he picks up a worn bronze bowl from a small compartment underneath the altar, then disappears back into his room. On his way there, all he did was smile like a creep. He's literally, have you guys heard the TLC song? He's the creep, do the creep. Ow. That's literally serious. The creep. He's the creep. I wonder how long this will take. Oh no, it's all the followers. Not even a minute after going back to the paintings, clusters of people begin filing in, some stopping to donate a few coins and light a candle before making their way to the center of the church. The center of the church. Oh, there's no pews. That's interesting. There are no pews, nor seating arrangements here. Instead, all attendees sit on the floor. Sirius is still not back, but I imagine he'll take his place before the altar soon enough. I just did that. Hushed whispers ripple through the slowly forming crowd. All the attendees. I need to decide whether or not I'll join. Sounds like they're starting soon. Alright. I'm going to participate. I'm going to participate. We're going to see what happens. I'm kind of interested in what he has to say and how he does his job. Maybe this will reveal something not only about him, but those of his core values. With that, I find a spot amidst the crowd and sit on my knees, the same as everyone else. This position can't be comfortable for extended periods of time. When I do a quick sweep of the crowd, I notice masks and outfits from every walk of life. Oh, you know what I need to be doing, y'all? Saving is what I need to be doing. Saving is what I need to be doing. Okay. Torn rags and bandages, jewel-crusted theater masks and silken cloaks, leather gloves and purses. It makes sense for a wide variety of people to congregate here, but it makes it no less surprising. I feel a little safer behind my plain mask. I shuffle around a little to adjust, and Sirius finally comes back, bowl and book in hand. That's scary. As he places the bowl on top of the altar and finds his place in front of his people, the crowd stills immediately. It's so quiet you can hear a grain of sand hitting the pavement. My stars. A pause. How good of you all to join me this evening. Not even so much as a murmur passes through the lips of anyone. Sears flips through a couple of thin pages before his speech resumes. Today, I wish to share a heartfelt wish with you. Something that I've thought about for a long time. We've come far together. Our devotion and our hard work always paid off, despite the continued oppression we've been subjected to. What? Oh, okay, I'm glad we're both on the same page. We're like, oppression? His smile falls. Oh no. The lunar god has always encouraged us to adapt, to metamorphose, and grow with every obstacle we overcome. This is how we become the better version of ourselves. Except that we may never stagnate, lest we become complacent. Then he raises his voice. How many of you live with fear? I mean, everybody. Then he raises... Oh, wrong one. How many of you juggle with it as part of your daily routine? And how many of you will die as it continues to eat away at your hearts? This time, when I turn my head to glance at the people around me, they lower their heads in agreement. Tears, no. Again, not a singular sound leaves the confinement of their mask. Y'all, I'm gonna turn up the music because I feel like we need it a little higher. I'm gonna turn up the sounds too. Okay. I feel something shift in my gut, but I ignore it. He takes a few careful steps away from the altar, approaching the crowd with his book. Why are we confined here? Why are we rotting away in this prison? He stops. I want to free you. A little. Okay. Free you of your fears and everything that holds you back, to help you achieve true change. In my mind, there is no longer any doubt. This is no regular sermon. No. He's trying to appeal to their problems and create a sense of trust. Although I fail to understand for what purpose, a dizzy spell drapes over me like a thick cloak. All the blood leaves my head at once. It's giving cult. He's serving cult. Daddy is serving cult. Ciao. Okay. I struggle to keep my head up. And yet, in the background, I hear his silken voice whispering sweet, sugary promises to this adoring crowd of devotees. Oh no, you might be right. Are we giving cult daddy? Who drink his word up like precious nectar. This is my wish. And though it may take a while, know that I will do everything in my power to secure your freedom, my stars. This time, the dizziness hits twice as hard and my stomach twists intensely. Shit. I double over and force myself to take deep, shuddering breaths while the pain passes. My vision blurs and my ears are full of cotton. Despite that, I hear him loud and clear. I'm scared. Okay. Sleepy. What? Beyond my pain, I feel a strange self-consciousness at the sound of him speaking my name so clearly in front of everyone. Sleepy, are you unwell? The crowd's oppressive silence persists, even as he cuts through them to stand above me. Is he about to use me as a spectacle? Because we can throw hands. Come. I mean, I know he crazy, but like, he ain't gotta say it like that. His hand reaches out in open invitation. All I need to do is take his hand. I'm gonna save. If you want me to say F you, raise your hand in the chat. Or if you want me to say F you, raise your hand in the chat. Because I want to say F you. So I hope you all raise your hands. I'll wait. Say less. No, F you. He's a liar. Nothing but a filthy, manipulative liar. I'm done. Blinded by pain, but fueled by frustration, I never felt until now. I stagger up to my feet with the help of his hand. We use his hand to help us stand up, but we're gonna be like, F you! For a second, our bodies are close, and my hand reaches up for his face, barely brushing over the skin of his cheek. What are we doing? I don't even think twice about slipping my fingers under his mask and tearing it off with all my might, flinging the metal to the other side of the room. It fills me with a rush of power and adrenaline, keeping my barely stable body on my feet. Well, that's unsettling. Then, a shrill scream echoes through the church. It's not Sirius's hand I feel on me, unlike I was expecting to be choked out by him. It's the crowd's. Oh no! They throw me to the ground, face first, so I'm unable to catch more than a blurry glimpse of what lay behind the mask. I'm too stunned by the sudden fall, and the weight that shuttles over me to picture it regular. Oh my god, I can't even read, I'm too stunned by the sudden fall and weight that settles over me to picture it clearly regardless. They're all pinning me down, and I wheeze as the oxygen leaves my lungs. Oh, sleepy. I can tell, without even looking, that he's livid. I see that you don't need help. Every word is clipped. I'm not sure if it's the self-control that it's keeping him from snapping and strangling the life out of my body before his followers or something else entirely. Maybe you'd like to give it back instead. My star. Somewhere inside, I feel a sense of all-consuming dread creep up to the surface, but it's quickly smothered by another dizzy spell. This time, I'm not so lucky, and I barely have the time to nudge my mask up with my shoulder before I throw up on the ground, heaving and shuddering as bile burns the back of my throat. Serious? You are filthy. Damn. I mean, he's not wrong, but damn. At least sugarcoat it. I believe him. Please clean her up, my stars. One masked individual quickly comes back with a rag and wooden bucket. My own mask is carelessly torn off, and with that, my anonymity is no more. The rag drenches my face in cold water, which is a relief for a second, until the dread reminds me of what I've done. Oh no. Oh no! What's in the bucket? What's in the bucket? What did he put in the bucket? Okay. Okay, we're fine. What did he do? I'm scared. Very good. My hearing tells me he's replaced his mask. And yet... Oh god. The crowd of people pinning me down finally turn me around and sit me up, and Sirius takes a second to scan my newly revealed face. He reveals the bronze bowls from earlier, sloshing with a translucent liquid and a knife. Not a knife. All I can do in my delirious state is spit at his feet. You're a fucking sham. I hope you rot in hell, bastard. Truly, a shame. He smiles, eerily serene. The contents of the bowl spill on my forehead. It's only slightly thicker than water, and it smells of sea salt and copper. Then he hands the bejeweled knife over to the person sitting closest to him. They nod at him fervently, eager to prove themselves, but I can't hear what they're saying anymore. Fingers trace the liquid over my skin and form swirling symbols across my face. You're all being lied to. I managed to choke out in between heaving breaths and struggling. He doesn't care! The masked person doesn't respond. They raise their knife, and before I can register the heavy blade slicing through the center of my skull, everything goes black. Bad end. You've had enough. Okay. So, maybe we should maybe we should not tell him F you. I have minor regrets. I'm a little scarred, not gonna lie. But I'm not surprised because he's crazy. And we know what he's capable of from the first recording in the, yeah. Ciao. Who's ready for this absolute banger? Shook. I'm shook. Mm-mm. Mm. Special thanks to you, the player. He's crazy. He's crazy. He's crazy. Yeah, he's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that was wild. That was wild. Okay. All right, let's see. So, what did we learn here? What did we learn here, guys? Don't say F you to the crazy priest. I'm glad we all realized. All right. No, not F you. Okay, so we already did F you. We can just reject him in general, or we can say all right. So we can either get his okay ending, or do we want to go for the best ending now? I'm assuming we want to do the best ending. Fight the power. Ooh, child. He used to be my favorite. He used to be my favorite character, but like Oleander number one. Oleander stole that spot because he's Oleander, but he just seriously, he's something. He's something. All right, so since we're gonna go for the best ender, then I'm going to go for answers that I assume he would like. So yeah, go ahead and pull me up there, I guess. What does he even want? I pause, taking deep, calming breaths. What choice do I have? My surroundings are not the friendly kind, and in my current state, I can't escape. You're going to be okay. He says this as I finally place my hand into his, and he pulls me up. Sirius leads me to the front of the altar where he previously stood, and with a press of his palm to my shoulders, forces me onto my knees. Okay. I am a complete mess by the time we make it there, dizzy with pain and soaked with cold sweat. My star, I must ask for your kindness one more. Sleepy here is one of those who is consumed with fear and pain. Some of you may very well be familiar with this kind of pain, the sort that you don't speak of. To those of you who never forget their duty to their neighbors, their friends, their peers, and who never forget their greatest gift. Empathy. This man's crazy. Please, join me for prayer. It's only a single voice that I hear at first. A soft, melodic chanting that carries over the crowd and echoes between the church walls. Then, a new voice joins in. Then another. I am the new center of attention for all these people as the chanting grows into a solemn chorus that consumes the room. Their devotion is almost haunting. As though they've practiced this very song many, many times. It spills from their lips in loud, passionate harmony. And it dawns upon me that they probably have. Oh no. How did he do that though? Was he like, all right, Sarah, you're giving, I want you, I know you're a soprano, but I feel like you could really do the mezzo soprano part. Can you take that? Thank you. Richard, you're definitely more of a tenor, so I'm gonna need you to back up the sopranos and do your job as tenor. Make sure you hit those harmonies correctly. Like, is that how this happened? He just gave everybody a specific part and was like, all right, ready? He's not crazy. He's an empath. He's an empath. It's fine. And it dawns upon me that they probably have. I turn to find Sirius mixing the contents of the bowls, focused on me. The smile never leaves his face. Look at that creepy smile. Oh, Sirius. He seriously needs some help. He's no priest. He's a fucking cult leader. Who called it? Who called it? You get a sleepy treat. I don't know what that means, but you get a sleepy treat when I figure out what that means. These people are not here for any lunar god. At least, it isn't their primary focus. It's him. Everything quietly falls into place in my mind, while my body is racked with tremors. This is bad. He approaches me and removes one of his gloves so he may dip his fingers into the clear liquid. Then he takes my arm and traces the shape of a crescent in the inside of my wrist, coating it with the watery substance. Breathe. It's an order. Somewhere in my mind, alarm bells are going off again. I can't let him indoctrinate me into whatever this is. I need to stand my ground. I need to find the ichor. I need to live. I need control. I just want to say, so far this is like wonderfully scripted. Like I'm in it. I'm in it. Oop, wrong way. Oh. Hold on, wait, can I grab it? I got it. Yay! The chants blur out of the rest of my thoughts. My consciousness is a mere flicker of light amidst the encroaching darkness. He's saying something, but I can't hear it anymore. My body moves on its own, purely by instinct. I see the scenery change, but my tongue and jaw feel too heavy to move, let alone speak. My mind feels like a thick swamp, knee-deep and so viscous, I can barely make out what I'm even thinking anymore. But by some miracle, I make it to Sirius's room. And then, I'm gone. Ooh, child. Ooh, child. We need a second. Y'all need a second. We good. Cause, ooh. That was a lot. Alright, so, Hot Priest is not a priest. He's a cult leader. So we could change that. Or is he a priest cosplaying a cult leader? Or no, wait, a cult leader cosplaying a priest. No, that's crazy. Wild. The first thing that wakes me up is a budding headache in my temples. It seems like all my morning starts the same now. My mouth feels like sandpaper, and the lingering effects of yesterday's attack churn in my stomach. Anything more than crackers will probably lead to something very unsightly. As expected, I'm in Sirius's bedroom. It's the same as I remember it, windowless and slightly impersonal. Unexpectedly, he himself isn't here. Where's Big Daddy? Oh, where'd he sleep? I let my legs dang over the edge of the bed, still wrapped in his blanket. When I noticed the glass of water on the nightstand, and figure he must have left it there for me, a small fresh bouquet of lavender flowers sit right next to the glass. Well, don't mind if I do. Sirius's name resonates in my mind as I down the glass. A faint hint of lavender lingers on my tongue, but it disappears just as quickly as it arrived. It helps with the otherwise jarring taste of water first thing in the morning in any case. I don't understand him. I take a moment to regain my bearings before making my way back out of the church. My path is aimless, meandering among the paintings and sculptures until I naturally reach the central altar where I find a small group of people chatting Sirius up. It's one of those moments where he seems unreservedly happy for once. All smiles and kind gestures, but I can't be sure. I don't know if I want to deal with him first thing this morning. But I can't help it. Deep down, I want to speak to him. Oh no, enemies to lovers, I love it. I walk towards him before the thought even registers, giving another churchgoers a small nod. Morning. Good morning. I trust you've gotten enough rest and are feeling better. Sure. I just love how we're so done with him. Like, we're over it. We're done. Yesterday's attack has left me more afraid than I'm willing to admit, but he doesn't need to know about that. I still have time. I direct my gaze to the two strangers next to me. Uncomfortable with their presence, I recognize one of them as Miriam from yesterday. You're my star. You've met Miriam. Her friend Lucia? I'm gonna say Lucia. And her attend the sermons on a regular basis. It's because you fine. They have eyes. That's the thing. Everybody has eyes. They see this man is fine. So automatically they're like, ooh, this attractive man. I'm gonna join your cult. Yes, good morning, Sleepy. Your performance yesterday was truly a sight to see. We weren't expecting such a passionate person at all. We could feel your emotion all the way at the back of the room. Thanks? No, thank you. You inspired us to work hard and earn the respect of our god. Sirius. I hope to see you around more often, Sleepy. I really mean that. Her hand reaches out to hold mine. It's warm and genuine as her. I bet she is. I bet she's so genuine, but for him. Child. But then, a flicker of fear squeezes my heart. This puts my anonymity at risk. Well, Sleepy is rather busy, but I believe she will find the time for us another day. I can speak for myself, Sirius. Please take care on your way out. He's so irritating. He's the unhealthy, what is it, the hard dom? Hard dom? He's the unhealthy hard dom. The strangers quickly take their leave, giddy from their interactions, and it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. What do you think you're doing? Setting you up for success. Many of these people are on your side and willing to help. It is in your best interest to treat them well. It is my job to decide who gets my best interest at heart. Definitely not yours. Sleepy. He pauses, and when he sees I won't budge, he lets it go. I see. Perhaps you'll forgive me if I treat you Perhaps you'll forgive me if I treat you to some breakfast. Is it bad that would have worked on me? Okay, I see you're a little mad at me, but I can feed you. Okay. My gradually emptying coin purse enjoys the suggestion, and I take him up on it. I get to order whatever I want. Yes, you do. He concedes and leaves to make himself ready. I can't stand him. Ooh, how cute. The breakfast cafe he finds is utterly out of character for him. It's a quiche, colorful little place decorated with dozens of lush flower bouquets. I feel like that actually is kind of on point for him. They spring up from every corner of the locale, perfumed and delicate, while the walls are pasted with pastels and more florals. It's hard enough to imagine him coming up to a place like this, but seeing him seated in one of the small chairs makes it seem almost surreal. Nice place. I was expecting a dungeon. Oh no. As I catch a whiff of pastries wafting from the oven, I feel my stomach settle down at last. He ignores my quip and motions for the empty seat facing him with the menu in hand. Sit. Okay. With silent displeasure, I do, and a kind waitress takes our breakfast orders not 1 minute later. Ooh, okay. Let's see what we gonna be chunky and what we gonna eat. Crispy earthenberry toast and chocolate milk. I don't like milk, y'all. Fried eggs with salad and black coffee. Reasonable, reasonable. Saffron infused rice pudding and cinnamon tea. I want that. That sounds good. So, oops. So, I fell asleep alone, and I'm pretty sure I woke up alone. Where were you last night? His lips quirk into an amused smile. Interesting question. Surely you've heard that the spare bedrooms before? Yes. They have those in the surface too, if I'm not mistaken. Has he never been to the surface? Has he never been to the surface? Really? I can't say that I have. I'll assume you did in fact want to wake up next to me then. How very forward of you, little star. I mean, shut up. Whatever. Oh, I hope you sleep on the floor. Maybe I did. No. I hope you slept on the floor. The floor? You mooned me. I put in all this hard work. And, oh wait, I forgot we were going for the best end. Oh wait, no, we're doing brat meter, right? We're doing brat meter. That's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. What is it? You wound me, and I put in all this hard work, and all I'm entitled to is this pavement? Hard work is subjective. But yes, I think that's where you'll feel most at home. For a split second, there's something else lingering behind his very slow widening grin. Oh, Brett. Oh, God. I need a second. I need a second. I'm flustered. I'm flustered. Okay. Let me... Ooh, sir. Okay. Ahem. Brett. Oh my God. Shortly after, the waitress arrives with our platters of food. Thanks. I take a short sip of my drink to distract myself from the conversation we just had and try to think of a different topic. You have a pretty varied social circle. How often do those sermons happen anyway? I can't come up with anything to talk about. Social circle or his sermons. How often does he do them? Because, you know, that kind of helps with the cult brain rot. Little star, how good to see you taking an interest into the sermons. I'm just asking. It's a weekly occurrence. If the church weren't so understaffed, we might have increased it to twice a week. Why is the church understaffed if it's an important part of life here? Simply due to the nature of the marketplace. Who's going to somewhere full of debauchery and chaos and saying, let me go to church? Let me go pray for all this stuff that I'm about to do. Which is it's a mood. Those wanting to take up permanent residence here are few and far between. I see. Our conversation reaches a natural lull, and we take the time to savor our meal. Either this cafe has some of the most delicious food I've ever had, or I'm so hungry that it barely matters. Mood. The dishes are empty before I even realize it. Was the food to your liking? Sirius motions to the empty dishes with a nod as he finishes his own cup of tea. Good enough to justify whatever the hell happened yesterday, Sirius. It's very good to hear, little star. He didn't answer. He didn't answer anything. He gently dabs at the corner of his mouth with the provided handkerchief. We should be going now. I repeat this in my mind, but I find myself unable to stand from my seat. It feels like the eyes behind our masks meet. Is something the matter? Yeah, actually. What is this? I gesture at the two of us, hoping he'll understand the implication. You're asking about our relationship. I sure am. This feels pretty unusual, even by the marketplace standards. I'm sleeping with the priest. Or wait, wrong person. Must we label it? Oh no! Serious, you're one of those? You're one of those? Oh god, Kier was excited. Kier said, you're mine. And Sirius said, we don't need labels. We don't need labels. What? Sir, what? Child. Anyway. No, I just want us to set boundaries. As long as we're working together, I want an idea of what I'm getting into. I'm not used to my colleagues forcing me into prayer and whippings. Oh. Ooh. Minute shit. Hold on. I am very invested in this breakfast. Doesn't that sound good? Saffron pudding, saffron rice pudding, and cinnamon tea. That sounds good. Brad end is best end. Facts. Okay, you're right. I see. In that case, perhaps we can discuss this over dinner tonight? Is he asking me on a date? Behind my mask, I squint. We're out for food right now. Yes, but I'm a partial to private settings for these kinds of conversations. Would it be alright with you? I can't tell if you're asking me on an official date or you're trying to trick me into getting flogged again. Oh no. I don't want to get flogged again. That was actually really scary. Sirius only smiles. This game is so intense that we have a safe word. We have a literal safe word. I'm inviting you to come and find out. Warmth rushes straight through my body. Fine. But then I think we should head out now. Of course. He ain't shit. He hands the waiter just enough coins to cover our breakfast and a small tip, then rises from his seat to find the entrance. We're greeted with the view of swaying cables, flickering streetlights, and a cold cavern air. It happens more and more often now, walking together in silence. Most of our discussions are best saved for later, far away from eavesdroppers because they usually have to do something with whips and chains and poison. I follow him into the gradually crowding streets, through twists and turns until we reach the crossroad and stumble upon a decidedly familiar figure. A golden mask, expensive clothes, and sun-kissed skin. Is this my son? Francesco! This is my baby. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's you. The fancy stranger recognizes me from earlier, and I reach out to Sirius to stop him for a moment. It's Sleepy. His face lights up. Sleepy! Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me. I was hoping I'd stumble upon you again. It's a lovely time of day to meet. Francesco's theme will always get me, because just look, he's just literal sunshine. He's literal baby sunshine. His attitude hasn't changed at all, which is almost relieving. It's your. Don't judge me. You won't return the favor? Flustered, he raised his hands agitatedly. Hey, you see Sirius? His face. He's like, what is this? What was this? Of course I will. It's Francesco. His gaze slides over to Sirius, who has yet to say a word for once. And would you do me an honor to introducing your... Oh my god. And would you do me the honor of introducing me to your elegant friend? Not elegant! Oh no! I have to force myself to conceal my laughter. Sirius, I don't believe I've seen you around these parts, my star. Dumbfounded, Francesco stares up at him after realizing the star bit. applies to him too. He's about to murder. He better not. He better leave my baby alone. Forgive me. I'm not sure what warrants such a title. Sirius stills for a moment. Simply a common courtesy I extend to all those who visit the underground. He's the head priest of the Lunar Church. Oh, I see. I'm one of the solar religion myself, because he's literally the sun god. So I'm afraid my ignorance might offend you. I hope you'll answer my many questions in the future, sir. Watching the conversation unfold is almost comical. There's an undercurrent of tension between them that only makes it more uncomfortable to watch by the second, until Sirius excuses himself to step aside and indulge someone who recognizes him on the street. And then the tension mercifully deflates until it's just Francesco and I. Has the underground been treating you well? Yes, very. I'm learning so much. It seems like you are too. I know we don't know each other all that well, but you didn't strike me as the religious type. First of all, he's a baby. Not him being concerned the second he sees us. He's like, I don't like your energy with him. Y'all seem, I don't like it. I appreciate it, Francesco. I'm not. I see. Sleepy. The tone in his voice suddenly changes. I hope you don't mind if I ask you something, though it isn't my place. Ask ahead. You looked relieved to see that man go. Are you alright? Something in my stomach feels cold. That's a pretty blunt question for a stranger, yeah? I realize I'm buying time for myself. Well, he seems even more flustered now. I love you. Do you want to leave? You don't need to stay if you're not feeling well. It dawns upon me that this might be my one and only way out. I don't have much time. Oh, hold on, it's timed. No, wait. Okay, we're gonna save. I'm gonna leave with Francesco. We're gonna leave with Francesco first, because he's a baby.
He's just a baby!
Okay. I don't have much time. I want to leave. By the time I make up my mind and muster up the surprising amount of courage it takes for me to say those words, my breathing is labored and something prickles in the back of my neck, almost as though Sirius were watching. Is this what it's like to leave a cult? But he is still very much distracted. Francesco's expression softens lightly and he extends his hand to me. Please, allow me to escort you back. By taking his hand, I choose death. My time in the underground will come to an end, and so will my chances of finding a cure. It's simple. But up on the surface, I can die where I want. Home, perhaps. On top of a hill. Under the stars, even. It won't be in the back of a church, with a strange priest towering over my crumbling body. I'll be my own star. Oh! It'll be my choice. And that, right now, is the only reason I need. My hand finds its place within his smooth, warm one, and we begin our trek back up to the surface. I glance back one last time in Sirius's direction. He never even noticed us leaving. The landscape shifts and I recognize the cobbled paths leading back up through the various tunnels. Francesco asks a lot of questions in the meantime. About where I'm from, what foods I like, what kind of friends I had back home. It's almost like a retrospective on my life. When my knees buckle, he steadies me and continues walking. I don't know what compels me to trust this man, but maybe it's the same thing that allowed me to even remotely trust Sirius. Francesco has literally never done anything wrong a day in his life. The gate slowly comes into view, and Francesco steps slowly until they stop completely. I really enjoyed this walk with you, Sleepy. I knew you were a wonderful person. You have no idea how happy I am to have met you. He gently clasped his hands in front of his chest. I stop a grenade for you. I feel like we would be great friends. Perhaps we already are. Under my ass, not my ass, my mask. Under my mask, I cannot help but smile. In another life, I'm sure. His expression falters. Will I see you again someday, Sleepy? I can't bring myself to say it. For the first time since my arrival to the marketplace, human warmth gently soothes my heart, and I have to dig my fingernails into the palm of my hand to stop myself from reaching out to dry my tears pooling under my mask. I want to thank him, but I know that if I'll do, I'll break down. So instead, I turn around and march through the gates. This time, I don't look back. Oh, ending. You made your choice. I kind of liked that one. When we finish, you guys have to let me know which ending you guys like. Cause that one, I feel like, yeah, we ended up passing away most likely, but like, at least we didn't pass away because of a cult leader. Okay, hold on. Let's go. And Lord from Francesca. Okay. I guess I'll stay. No, thank you. I'm fine. I stand with my decision, determination unwavering. I have a few errands to run. I still have a few errands left to run. Oh, of course. He himself straightens up, ready to bow in apology. I'm terribly sorry for assuming your position. Ease up, buddy. This is starting to feel like deja vu. I think we'll be heading out soon. I hope you find your fortune down here. Thank you. I'll make sure to look hard. I want Francesco to live a healthy, happy life, because that's what my baby deserves. We share polite farewells, and I enjoy a short moment of my own, wondering about the likelihood of stumbling upon the same person twice by sheer coincidence in the marketplace. Francesco's figure has blended into the crowd by the time Sirius' hand finds its way on my shoulder. Little star. Anybody mess with you, sir? His smile is tight. Whatever. You waited for me. Thank you. Pleasure's all mine, sir. Oh! Oh! Sir! One could get used to being addressed like that. I'll have you know. That being said, your sarcasm is noted. Okay, well, I pointed in the direction of the Leaping Bear Inn. Well, I don't know about you, but I need some time to myself. I see you got along with that bed, didn't you? He completely ignores my question in favor of his own. He is so irritating! He's so irritating. Okay, I'm fine. He's just an acquaintance. Oh yeah, he's cute. Yeah, he's cute. He's so cute. Oh, Francesco's a sweetheart. Unlike you, he seems like a decent guy. Maybe I should ask him on a date. Oh! Hey, that brat meter is getting a little high. You can see the irritation in his smile as like the higher it gets. I'm a little scared, but it's fine. We're all gonna survive. Maybe. Oh, really? His smile is so eerie it chills me to my core. In the corner of my eye, I notice his hands subtly twitch. He's gonna choke us out right on the street. Brief experience told me that hand of someone who once bled. Oh god. My treacherous body sensed my own blood flowing to my cheeks when I realized that what I could have in store for me later. Oh god. After a moment of silence, I cast a glance in the direction of the inn. None of this changes the fact that I still need to bathe and I'm in need of a bathe and walk. On my own, preferably. Sirius pauses before answering. Are you sure? It comes out quieter than what I'm used to. A strange sensation. Yeah, I'm positive. We'll see each other for dinner anyway. What's the big deal? The marketplace isn't getting any safer. On top of that, your affliction means you should be resting. Again, I have to say that's rich coming from you. His frown deepens this time. Over us, he is over us. Little star. By the lunar god's scars, I know. You said you wanted to keep me safe. I'm glad you remember. And you'd best not forget. He's adamant about this, and I'm too tired to argue. So I agree, and with that, the conversation is over. We bid each other a terse farewell, and at last I am alone, free to explore and resume my search. The labyrinth of stalls and merchants spread out before me. I've got a couple of ideas today. There's a path close to the ruby walls I haven't explored yet, supposedly a hub of religious activity. Maybe I can find a new lead there. There's a potion shop from yesterday in case there's something I missed. And it's a stretch, but maybe I can find something if I go back to the auction house and ask around. Oh, we got options! I want to go back to the potion shop. I have the way to the little potion shop memorized from the main street to Combleside Alley. The landscape narrows with each turn, facades darkening, and eventually the shop comes into view. I push my way past the front doors. The owner seems busy with filling some paperwork, so I take another stroll through the inventory. Then, something close to the corner of the room catches my eye. It's almost hidden from view, half tucked behind one of the shelves. A missing persons poster. That's not something I expected people to pay much attention to down here. Must be someone pretty prominent. I step a little closer until I can make out the name and masked portrait on the person, and I find myself furrowing my brows. Nexus? The owner of the note Sears claimed to have found? Why the hell does he have a missing persons poster? I instantly reach out to wave the owner over from behind their spot at the register. Is there something I can help you with? Yeah, you know this person? I point to the Nexus poster. In return, they pause. I know him, yes. Lovely man. I actually created this poster myself. I thought he was dead, not missing. See? That's what everyone is saying. Heart attack or diabetes. Maybe just bad luck. But that makes no sense to me. Nexus may have been getting up there in terms of age, but he was in a phenomenal shape, and I don't believe for a second he's dead. Oh. Oop. Fuck. He must be out there. I'm so sorry. My stomach is full of dread, twisted into uncomfortable knots. There's something not right, but I can't quite understand it. I'll make a note of this. I thank the owner and leave in desperate need of air. The cold sweat makes me shiver, but I have to keep moving. What's next? We can do them all! Oh, let's go to the ruby walls. The crowd is abuzz with energy by the time I arrive. Someone is putting out flyers about meetings on the bulletin board, and I take the opportunity to snatch one from them. The Moonshine Reunion? Something tells me this isn't about the illicit alcohol they sell down here. In fact, the margins of the paper are filled with illustrations of ornaments you might find in the church. I'm so tired of Sirius. I am so tired of Sirius. I am so tired of Sirius. I'm so tired of Sirius. If it weren't 1 month in the future, I might have attended. I stopped the cloaked person who put the flyers to ask further questions. Excuse me, do you attend these meetings? Oh, yeah, of course. Could you tell me a little more about them? I'm curious. It's totally just a bunch of peeps helping each other out. Potlucks and garage sales and prayer study. It's pretty cozy. You want to, escort you there? No, thanks. I'll find my way just fine. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. Nah, come on. I decide to dig a little deeper. So everyone who attends goes to the church here? Like, not to be rude, but are you daft? Bear with me for a second. Do you know Sirius? Oh, yeah. He's the coolest. Everyone loves him to bits. Well, then, he's made so many donations to the people who hear without even asking for anything in return. He's like so selfless. Sometimes he joins the meetings too, so if you're interested, you could definitely see him there. Really? What does he get out of those meetings? Ooh. Like, not to be rude, but are you one of his stalkers? I feel like my patience is being tested. But that's interesting. He has stalkers? I guess that's not very surprising considering his perfect public image. With all due respect, if I were his stalker, I would already know this information. Facts. Huh, good point. Well, he totally helps with the studies, obviously. We've got a few theology students. That and he stays to chat with peeps, because he wants to put them in his cult. I see. Got one more question for you. Well, like, make it quick. I don't have all day. Lunar Ecor, you happen to know where to find any? Like, not to be rude, but... no, I'm sorry. I just totally wish you good luck. After giving me a curt nod, they tighten their hold of the flowers and scuttle off. Darn, that was weird. Why'd you run? The only information I got from that, as expected, Sirius is a figure beloved by many. Guess I know where to apply pressure now, though. I took a moment to reassess my situation. What should I do next? Go to the auction house. The way back to the auction house feels strange somehow. Maybe it's the fact that this time is running out because, but coming here feels like it bears more weight. I'll ask about Ecor's supplier. I refocus my mind on the task at hand and approach the bookkeeper. You're back. So it seems. We still don't know about any lunar Ecor. Is that why you're here to ask about? My heart aches with disappointment. I expected as much. I have a different question this time, though. Well, I'm all ears. Could you point me towards the supplier? Oh, no. Have you learned nothing during your stay in the underground? Confidentiality is of the utmost importance. The supplier is, in fact, our man, our gadfly merchant, Oleander. You can't tell me otherwise. This is also to be expected. For the first time in a while, desperation rears its ugly head and begins to claw. I want to lash out at this person and wrestle the information out of their hands. Pure animal instinct begged me to do whatever it takes to stay alive. I won't make any trouble for you. I just need this information. No deal. Their knife gleams from the table as a friendly reminder to keep my cool. Rude. Is there anybody else down here you could point me to? You should leave. Rude. The finality of their tone is borderline crushing, but I turn around and do in fact leave before emotions overtake me any further. That could have gone better. It's hard to recover from that one. Every single lead I continues to get snuffed out before my eyes. But I am stubborn, if anything else. One of these leads will get me somewhere, eventually. What do I do now? No point in putting it off any longer. I should head back to the church before dinner. I still have an errand or two to take care of before I head back. So I guess I have a date to prepare for tonight. Boo. One quick trip to the drugstore and a bath in the comfort of my own room later, I feel significantly better. I've taken the time to dust off my cloak, change my gloves, and have a general reset before tackling the night ahead of me. I'm deeply unsettled by what I uncovered at the potion shop, so I cannot fully relax. Suspicion continues to gnaw at my conscience until I still my thoughts altogether. He wants to talk about our relationship in private. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's a trap of some sorts. What kind of genuine relationship can form in a handful of days? But I can't seem to care. I'm already in too deep. Ciao. I greet Rufus on my way out. Rufus! And I find myself walking the path towards the church completely on autopilot. The directions are ingrained in me at this point. It's only when I'm about to push through the church doors that I refocus on my objective, finding out what happened to those documents. I find Sirius, oddly enough, pacing around the altar. Was he excited for a date? We're not alone this time either, with a pair of seemingly older visitors praying close to the sea of candles further ahead. They pay us no mind, and I'm grateful to it. As soon as he notices me, he makes his way over in a hurry. Hello? You're late. Where have you been? I'm sorry. I apologize. I try not to let this comment get under my skin, but it's not a good start. That's none of your concern. I'm back, aren't I? Yes. Yes, you are. I squint up at him, though I'm not aware he can see it. And what's gotten your panties in a twist? His mouth curls in distaste for a second until it relaxes into a smile. Worrisome rumors. I overheard some visitors mentioning increased gang violence in a nearby part of the market. I've never heard anything about gang violence. I'm glad you're safe. He seemed truly worried for a second. Or am I just imagining it? I follow him to the back of the church, out of the earshot of any other potential visitors, when he stops and turns around, hesitating for a moment. My star, I have a proposal for you. In order to facilitate our research and to assure your safety, I believe it might be in your best interest to move into one of the church rooms. Oh, shit. You'd get your own room, of course, free of charge. Your finances are rather limited, yes. Research takes time. Synthesizing the ichor is not an overnight matter. Oh, wait. Research takes time. Synthesizing the ichor is not an overnight matter, and we may need to get our hands on difficult access to ingredients. What do you think? No way. Nar. Even you must know how wild of a request that is. This isn't a request I'm taking lightly. I truly believe this will help us make progress. Well, my freedom is important to me. You won't make me give it up. Little star, I'll ask you again. No. What? No. Are you seriously insisting? Back off. I am. This isn't something I'm doing for the fun of it. No. Okay. Serious. We're not doing this. I'm not. Oh, sir. I'm not doing it. Oh. All right. You've made your point. If you don't want to commit... Oh, hold on. Let me save y'all. Then neither will I. I hope you understand if I ask you to leave. What about our date? You're out of your mind. Manipulative bastard. I'm seething. And I know that whether was between... Oh my god. And I know that whatever between us is very much over at this point. His back is already turned to me as he walks in the direction of his room. You're a fucking coward, Sirius. You never intended to help me if you couldn't control me. My voice is resonating through the church now, which makes him bristle. Shut your mouth, Sleepy. Never. Oh, something inside me aches. A reminder that I'm severing relationship that is so fresh and new, that somehow wormed its way into my heart despite my best efforts. But my rage is stronger. Its ancrid flames lap away at my heart until I'm backing out of the church, and suddenly I'm already at the door, and it's the only thing between Sirius and me. The choice is obvious. I want to leave. I don't want to be tied down. His efforts keep me trapped. His efforts to keep me trapped feels like betrayal. But there was something there, right in between us, growing. No matter how dangerous it was. No, fuck this. One last look at the altar behind me is all it takes to remind me, and then I slam the door shut. I'm making the right decision. I will find a way. Even if it's just out of pure spite, I will survive. I will survive. I will survive. I will. That end. You'll make it somehow. Nah, that's crazy. It's accurate. Very accurate. Whew, serious. Alright. We won't make a max 500 times. Fine. Almost everything about this is a bad idea. I know that once I'm settled here, I'll be comfortable, but heavily dependent on someone with strange motivations. And yet, I can't rule this possibility. I don't want to. I guess it makes sense if it's only for a short period of time. He breaks out into a smile that almost makes me forget everything he's done up until now. I'm glad you understand, little star. And I'm thrilled that you'll stay. The church's arrangements are quaint, but I hope you'll find somewhat at ease. For a second, the scenery before me blurs. Oh no. What have I done? Sirius leads me to one of the rooms to the right of his, close at the end of the corridor in the back. It looks strikingly similar to his own room, minus a few pieces of furniture. It's barren and minimalist, but it is free. Still, as I take in where I'm going to spend the next undefined amount of time, I find it hard to celebrate with the ever-growing discomfort. I need to loosen up before I lose my grip. This is the makings of an unhealthy relationship. He's the controlling boyfriend. You can't wear that. What do you mean you want to wear a crop top? What are you, a hussy? What do you mean you want to wear a crop top? As my partner in this church, no. My palms feel clammy and I feel a prickling at the back of my neck, but I burrow my feelings and then turn towards him. Looks like I've been living in a lap of luxury. Displeased. No, but this looks like a prison cell more than an actual room. I'm thinking a potted plants series. For photograph or two, maybe even two gent statuette of a shitty souvenir stall. I'd like to remind you that this is a guest room usually reserved for emergencies. Pray forgive if aesthetics are but an afterthought. Barely forgiven. You're going to be a difficult guest, I see. If you expected anything else at this point, that's on you. I pause. But you also have to understand why I'm reluctant. And I do. It's giving human trafficking. Oh no, he's toxic. Yeah. I think out of all of them, Sirius is the king of toxic. He is literally, he's not even like the Britney Spears like no, he's just toxic. He's toxic. You get to the point of the song and it's like, you're toxic. It's just, you're toxic. And it stops. Like, that is serious. That is serious. Whew, child. He bridges the distance between us and places a hand on my shoulder. I'm taking this very seriously, Sleepy. He's being seriously serious. I'll do anything I can save your life. I peek up at his surprisingly somber expression and wait for the clouds of doubt to settle over my heart. But it never comes. You mean it. I most certainly do. His hand lingers. Oh, the music changed. I got scared. And I feel the warmth seep through my cloak. Then, his thumb presses into my shoulder muscles as if checking for tension. Have you been sleeping poorly? Couldn't it just be the stress of me maybe kicking the bucket soon? You will not be kicking any buckets. Yeah. I find myself grumbling. The Leaping Bear is great, but their pillows are subpar. Speaking of which, I need to check out of my room. Go tomorrow. It's getting late, and you should rest while you can. Were you going to have a dinner date too?
Excuse me.
Interesting. I didn't realize you were looking forward to it. Get off my face. I am. It's been a while since I've been wined and dined. Bless you. Thank you. He caresses the surface of my mask right over where my cheeks would be. It's for the first time I've truly wished my mask could come off. Ooh. She's like, please, just a little touch. Please, just touch me. I need just you to touch me a little bit, please. For the love of God, touch me, sir. And I'm over here like, stay away. Stay far away from me. He's the Grinch. Don't touch me with a 900-foot pole. 50-foot pole? I don't remember. Let's wait until tomorrow, when you've had time to settle in and get refreshed. I'm looking forward to it. Just as my heart flutters ever so slightly, his smile widens. Actually, I've prepared something special for you. What is it? You'll have to wait and see. It is a surprise. A surprise from Sirius sounds ominous, but I let it slide. I really should get some rest. It's been a long day. Sirius leaves me to unpack the few belongings I have on me and get comfortable. He's already laid a towel and washcloth on the bedside table for me, as well as another glass of water, with the usual few sprigs of lavender flower on the side. Why he keep giving us lavender? That's a little suspicious. It's the only decoration in the room. He must really like lavender flowers. He put them everywhere. Maybe they hide, like, something weird that he does. It's only by the time I've crawled under the covers and extinguished the light source that I've realized I've forgotten to ask Sirius about the documents. Crap! What am I doing? I'm deeply upset with myself. I shouldn't get distracted, not this easily. I have to do better. Tomorrow, for sure. I'm already out. I'm out early the next day before any guests or seers begin trickling into the church's main hall. It's blissfully quiet. The stalls outside are still busy, and the murmur of the crowd never truly dies down at any point in the marketplace, but something about this time of day feels almost magical. I pick up breakfast along the way, and as I'm munching away, the inn comes into view. My gloves make quick work of the crumbs under my mask when I'm in, making the way to the reception with the slow steps. The woodsy smell of the inn is soothing, and at that point I realize how much of a second home the Leaping Bear has become. For a brief second, melancholy hits me. I'll miss this place. I expect to see Bruna behind the counter, but she's nowhere to be seen. For once, it's Rufus manning the place. She must be resting. I pad up to my old room without a second thought. Listen, I want a whole spin-off with Rufus. Rufus is probably the best character in this game. We don't even know his face, but we love Rufus. There's not much left in here. My pack of personal belongings, knickknacks I've collected during my stay, and a few basic toiletries I took away slowly and combed through the room one final time to check if anything I left behind. I'm all set. The melancholy briefly returns when my hand reaches for the doorknob. I should come back here after everything is done at the church. Good morning, Rufus. Rufus says nothing. Instead, he nods once in what I assume is the act of courtesy. I've come to give my keys back. I thought I'd be staying longer, but hey, life goes on. I slide my medallion and key across the counter, along with my last portion of my payment. I wanted to thank you. You and Bruno have made me feel very welcome and very safe. I pause, gazing his reaction. I know you're not much of a talker, but I enjoy our time together. Please let Bruno know I said hi. I put my hand out, offering what I assume would be his most receptive to a handshake. He takes it, and we share a we share a wordless farewell. His hand is calloused and worn from hard work, and in that moment, I feel his dedication to the place. This is the hand of someone willing to put his life on the line for this establishment. I know that. Without a doubt, he cares in his own stoic way. I'm about to pull back, but he holds on a tad bit longer. Behind his mask, I catch a glimpse of dark, questioning eyes. Maybe this is his way of confirming I'm sure. All I can do is nod back, and then he releases me without delay. Give me a Rufus route. Quit playing with me. Raccoons. Give me a Rufus route. And with that, I'm on my way, headed back into the maze of stalls and crowds and crimson lanterns. The one thing that constituted any form for stability for me down here is gone. I'll be fine. I have to be. I will be. Doesn't sound so sure. Cirrus? Little star, I trust your errand went well. It did. I hold up my sparse belongings. It's official. I'm living here now. Marvelous. But before we get ahead of ourselves, you owe me some news about the documents. He assesses me for a second. Don't be rash. We've got a lead. Some formulas and the like. And then my heart rate picks up. Show me everything. As I said earlier, you mustn't be rash. I need to confirm this lead first. Surely you wouldn't want to be so foolish as to blindly follow a recipe and ingest its contents when you do not even know what it may be. Impatience burns up inside me, clawing at my mind. No, we're running out of time. This is my decision to make. Didn't you say this guy Nexus was a trustworthy fellow? Little star, you could never know everything about a single person. You of all people should know better than anyone else. His smile drops. I don't want you to ingest a field experiment. I want to keep you safe. So for your own sake, I must ask for your trust in this matter. You can rest assured that as soon as I've thoroughly checked the recipe and contents, I will let you know. Asking for trust? Some nerve he's got. Man, I don't want to trust him, because it's serious. Let's see. Alright, we'll trust him. He's irritating. Okay, I do trust you, Cirrus. Good. Thank you. You'll see. Everything will fall in place. You will be safe. Now, let's put all this behind us. Sounds like a plan. Let's please rest some more today. We'll have dinner in the back tonight. We've got a lovely dining room for special occasions. Sounds extravagant. You sure we shouldn't be using that room just for us? Can't we just go out like normal people? So many questions. Have you forgotten my title, little star? Nope. Just making sure we don't commit any extra sins while on holy ground. Thoughtful as always. I love it. We're like, sir. Well, off you go. I'll attend to my regular duties today. Sure. After being practically shooed, my shoulders sag with relief. I guess I should rest some more. Then I can take another walk through the stalls. Tonight is going to be quite something. Dinner time rolls around quickly. The day is a blur of bed rest, endless stalls with nothing to offer, and lavender-infused water. Why are we drinking so much lavender water? In the end, the dining room is a welcome change of pace. The atmosphere inside is solemn but intimate. The table has been set for 2 people, complete with beautiful napkins and polished silverware and candle holders that shine in a gentle luster. I'm mesmerized by the details when I look closer. The oat flower patterns woven into tablecloth, the deteriorating label on the bottle of wine that suggests it's best saved for special occasions, and the careful arrangement of the bread inside its basket. Everything is laid out with the kind of meticulous care reserved for royalty. Do you like it? Miriam? I recognize her voice instantly, and she shuffles out of the door to greet me. You remember me? Of course. What are you doing here? Cirrus enlisted my help to prepare your dinner tonight. I hear you're going to be having a lovely date night. He told others. I don't know how to feel about that yet. You're very talented. It looks gorgeous, Miriam. Oh, thank you. That makes me so happy. I just want you and him to be at ease. Something makes me shift slightly. Does he typically do this? Ask the churchgoers for favors? Oh no, he rarely asks. We offer our help every time we come here because we want to do good. She's in deep. I watch as she hesitates, then reaches towards my cloak and softly brushes at the fabric. Excuse me. You've got some dust here. Oh. For a brief moment, I feel like a child again, being gently cared for by a motherly figure. Then the dust is gone, and so is the moment. Cirrus comes through the door in his usual attire, relaxed. Good evening, you two. Cirrus. Good evening. I'll be out of your hair in a moment. Zing! She said, Ning. She lowers her head and leaves for what I assume to be the kitchen. Is it really alright to use her for your own personal benefit? Using is a crude way to put it. She offered her help numerous times, and I finally found the opportunity befitting her. Well then, this is a beautiful arrangement. She's outdone herself. Indeed. Come, Sleepy. I'm scared because we definitely have been a brat. So like our brat meter is pretty high. So I'm a little scared. He takes a moment to pull out the chair for me, and I take a seat. He finds his way across mine, locking us into a face-to-face that feels a tad more intimidating than expected. She'll bring us the food. All you have to do is enjoy yourself. Nimble fingers uncork the wine, and he pours a small amount in my glass to allow me a sniff. The tartness of plum, the smokiness of oak, and the richness of cherries all combined into a wonderful scent that leaves me wanting a proper taste. Guess it's time to undo this old thing. I find the clasp and undo the lower part of my mask. The sensation is still unfamiliar, but it's utterly relieving. The taste of the wine doesn't disappoint either. It leaves my mouth dry, but my taste buds singing. A rare vintage? Far from it. Its production is abundant on the surface. I simply like to mature mine for a few years longer to develop its flavor. I'm surprised that you have the patience for this kind of stuff. Come now. You of all people should know that I'm very patient. Alright guys, so I guess we're heading into this territory. We're heading into the dodgy territory that we might have to skip some stuff for Big Daddy YouTube. For Big Daddy YTB. Our first course arrives. Curd, ham, and thinly sliced vegetables form a beautiful pattern on the plate, and Miriam brings us a small pitcher of walnut oil to pair with some bread. He wasn't joking. This whole setup feels like a date. I think we lock eyes for a minute. Let's cut to the chase. Hmm. Our relationship. You said you wanted privacy before telling me about it. You won't even wait until the main course. I've waited long enough, Sirius. His lips tug into a devious grip. Did his music start? I got scared. Perhaps I should keep you waiting for a bit longer. I'm enjoying the food. Your desperation is delightful too, of course. Oh no you don't. I find myself raising the knife in my hand, gaze trained on his unfazed expression. I will get what I want. Sirius laughs, but it's far from friendly. It's purely twisted amusement, dripping from his smile like a long repressed venom. You want to play, little star? Eggemon, hold back. Eggemon. Brat. Something in my mind clicks. I don't hate this side of him. To hell with it. You call it a game, and yet you're afraid of losing. There's nothing more pathetic than someone too proud to admit his weaknesses. Oh! So eager to mouth off. So what? I'm scared. I'm all talking big, like, yeah! On the inside, I'm like, ah. You know there are consequences. Sure, consequences. I see. Hey, that brat meter's pretty high. I'm a little scared. The way his grin widens, so full of promise, makes my heart spike and my cheeks flush. You know what comes later. Oh. Now. We're almost ready for the main course. Yes. My mouth feels dry, and as if he can read my thoughts, Sirius tops up my glass with a generous glug of wine. Ooh, I don't trust any liquid this man gives me. Anything that I have to consume, I do not trust it. Because he's crazy. Trying to get me drunk won't work, you know. No, not drunk. Pleasantly buzzed, perhaps. Do you have a high tolerance? Somewhat, yes. My height is an advantage in this case. How tall is Sirius? He's a mountain of a man. We pause for a moment, still recovering from the early... Nobody is as tall as Kier. I wonder who's the tallest out of all of them. I know Oleander is shorter than Kier, so he's probably shorter than Sirius. And then Francesco's the shortest of them all. So I think Kier might be the tallest. I gotta see them side by side. We pause for a moment, still recovering from that earlier heat. You wanted to ask about the nature of our relationship. That's right. I'd say this, right here. Pleasant company, the opportunity to let off some steam, and some potentially life-saving benefits on the side. He takes a moment to take another sip of wine. I care for you, Sleepy. Oh, he likes us. I mean, I guess Cult Daddy is like a little fine. Like, we don't have to be like super bad at him. I mean, he said he cares about us, guys. Anybody? Anyone? We haven't even known each other for very long. I believe that is irrelevant at this point. This kind of intimacy is rare, don't you think? Maybe. Well, allow me to ask you a question in return. What do you see me as? A stranger, a business partner, a lover, a play partner. He's definitely... Okay, he's not a stranger because we know him a little too well. Not a business partner per se, because we're not going to get to the business of anything. A lover, I feel like, is too intimate and would scare him. A play partner, kind of, yeah, it's giving Daddy Dom and Brat. Well, you with me? We somewhat banter. I enjoy it. I think it's fitting to call us play partners, though nothing was discussed beforehand and details are still muddy. Yes, I think that's rather fitting. Perhaps we can have a discussion to ease your fears in that case. Our main dish arrives just then, a whole roasted fish with salt crust. Ooh, that sounds good. Miriam debones it in front of us and serves us generous chunks. It is quiet when she's there, and the silence persists after she leaves. But the tension isn't out of fear this time, it's anticipation. Little star. Yes? I told you I had a surprise prepared for you, yes? You did. I'll be able to reveal it to you soon. After dinner, that is. A package is waiting for you in your room. I like the food in this game. Me too. They be adding some good food options in this game. I'm hungry. Well, I'm intrigued. Then I'm doing my job right. The rest of my plate goes down quickly while Sirius takes his time and savors every mouthful. The longer the night goes on and my glass gets refilled, the more my senses dull. Stop getting me drunk! You're slow. Simply enjoying myself. You're enjoying yourself too slowly. Dragging out pleasure is one of life's greatest experiences. He punctuates the last sentence with a smile that hits me differently in my current state. Oh, she said, "You're awful. Stop." We said, "Stop." Oh, Sirius. You keep saying such hurtful things, despite all the hard work I'm putting in for you. Well, now you're just not playing fair. Aw. His glove hand finds mine across the table, and his thumb caressed the ridge of my knuckles, lightly rushed straight through me. Oh, you're very honest while under the influence. While I do enjoy this side of you immensely, perhaps you should have some water. He said I got you a little too drunk. You can't tell me what to do. Oh, we are bratting. We are bratting. We are bratting out. We've been doing foreplay with Sears for like the last 3 days. Like since we started the brat meter, which is 2 days ago. I'm scared. Really now. You're unraveling right before me. So needy. Okay. Dessert finally arrives. A dark chocolate crumble served with a hot cherry sauce. Oh, that sounds good. You know, I would never want to be in this world because it seems kind of scary, but the food, I want it. My mind feels deliciously hazy from the sugar, the wine, and the tension. Before long, his gloves come off, and the long fingers are smearing warm, sticky cherry all over my lips, forcing me to lick them clean. Alright, guys, we're getting a little raunchy. Get ready. Good. Memories from last time send rushes of warmth throughout my entire body. I just got traumatized remembering the honey. My tongue wraps around his index and middle fingers, their presence intrusive when they push past my lips, but too pleasurable for me to do anything to stop them. Don't be sloppy. I catch myself making noises I shouldn't be at this point. Control slips from between my fingers like sand. Shh. He leans back and wipes his hands off on his napkin without even taking his gaze off me. I thoroughly enjoyed our meal together, little star. I have to catch my breath before I can formulate an answer. His flirtations, or whatever they are, do nothing to stoke the flame burning inside of me. I realize I didn't want this to stop. Me too. Go find that package now. I'll see you very soon after. Ooh, child. Ooh, child. Okay. It's Miss David. Hello, honey bun. Why did you come right at the raunchy part? You came right at the questionable. We're gonna see if YouTube Daddy gets us in trouble. Knock on wood. I don't fully grasp his words now, but I finally leave the table and am greeted by the ever-familiar sense of incense and smoke in the corridor. My room is, here. We're currently drunk and sucking cherry sauce off Sirius's fingers. And sure enough, a little wooden box is laying on my bed with a letter placed neatly on top. I swallow past the knot in my throat and make quick work of the golden wax seal over the envelope. Sleepy. Here is a small gift to you. Don't you get us banned, Mr. Dude? Yeah, Mr. Dude, don't get us banned. I'm barely starting, Mr. Dude. Let me have fun first. Here's a small gift for you. I hope you like it. I'm expecting you in my room. Please wear the contents with confidence. I'm scared. Yours truly, Cirrus. He is crazy. I very much know what this means. I carefully open the box to reveal its contents. What lies inside is... Okay, so we're gonna do something feminine. Okay, here's our options, y'all. A set of bra and panties with a traditional marketplace pattern. A lacy bustier in a thong. A silken camisole with matching underwear. Oh, that actually sounds really cute. A cute pair of panties and nothing else. All right. So debating on how wild we are, I would say I don't know. Cirrus is crazy. This camisole does sound. We'll say the camisole, the silken camisole with the matching underwear. Even though he's gonna ruin them because he's crazy. This set is surprisingly modest, but the fabric feels amazing. Ooh, is it silky? I hope it's silky. I'm strangely excited about this selection. It's obviously very high quality. Can we keep it after you kill us? Or after you off us? I already said it, it's fine. There's no point in putting it off any longer. It was to be Oh, just so you know, we have been a brat this entire time. This is our brat run. We called it the brat run. So he has a brat meter. And we almost made it to the... I wonder where we missed it, but we almost made it to the top. It was to be expected he'd be planning a round 2. I'm unreasonably excited. The thrill of not knowing what he has prepared for me, but knowing that it's not to leave me breathless in a heady cocktail that makes me even drunker than the wine. Ooh, child. I'm not thinking straight right now. But I don't feel like I'm in any danger. Question mark? I take a deep breath. I'll clean up first. We came and said, we are bathed, we're ready. Bend us over, daddy. The atmosphere inside Cirrus's room is different today. Tighter, coiled up, as though the anticipation itself were weaving its energy into the walls of the room. It's plunging into near darkness, reduced in a few candles atop brass holders in the corners. I'm still wearing my cloak for the sake of modesty in the corridors. Despite this, I feel his eyes burning through me. I'm laid bare before him, and although the door is unlocked, almost daring me to turn around before the point of no return, I make no move to do so. I am scared. No, this is where I want to be. All playfulness is long gone from his expression. We are in trouble. We're in trouble. I'm scared. All playfulness is gone from his expression as he approaches, reaching out to delicately trace the outer curve of my mask. My heart is actually like racing. I'm a little scared. I'm a little bit scared. Sweet little star. Then he pulls me in, flush against his chest. He makes no move to do anything else other than hold me there in perfect silence. Although I want to ask why, I can't. I'm here. Yes. Yes, you are. His finger finds their way to the back of my head, slipping under the fabric of my hood, and they claw against my skin with a familiar sense of desperation. We are in trouble. You are right here, and I am going to remind you of the reason you're here at all in the first place. Cirrus releases me then, and reluctantly steps away to give me a little space. Strip. My doubts are long gone. The fabric pulls around my ankles, and I step out of the cloak in front of someone else for the first time since coming down here. My mask is the only remainder of my once perfect privacy. Sleepy? Hold on. I'm too nervous. I can't do his voice right. Sleepy. You look ravishing. I had no doubts that whatever you were hiding under that cloak would only serve me to make me more curious. The cold air tickles my skin, but I stand before him as I always do, with confidence. Thank you. Sirius wordlessly turns around and makes his way to the wooden nightstand. No, stay out of there. With a small section of tools. Okay, I can do tools. Laid atop with a meticulous fashion. I can't quite make out what they are from here. And whatever they are, he takes his sweet time selecting what he wants before it comes back to me. Oh my god. I'm scared. For a long moment, everything is quiet. You know, it's hard to describe how much you've tested my patience. Little star. Ever since our last punishment, you've been running your mouth at every single opportunity. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you wanted to get under my skin. Why would I? Because you're nothing but a desperate little thing that gets off on pain. And you know I'm willing to offer it. That, and you never understood the consequences. I realize it then, that the tinge of impatience and anger in his voice is very real. It's hard to pinpoint whether my own response to this point is pleased or not. Well, regardless, I must congratulate you. Oh my god. I had a fairly straightforward punishment planned, but you've pushed me to become more creative. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. There's a finality to his tone that freezes me up to the spot. Come. Okay. Sirius beckons me forward to the center of the room. He points to the floor then, wordlessly, and I know what's to be expected. The creative, you should be scared. You should be scared. Being a brat is fun. Being a brat is fun. With him, I don't know though. Last time he made us eat honey. He made us eat honey and then kneel on rice, but the honey he had was laced with something, and it intensified every feeling you had. So when you were on the rice, you could feel it was. I don't want to know what creative means for him. I fall to my knees before him. I'm finally allowed to glance at the contents in his hands. A long, ornate, and bright red candle. And a hefty-looking tome. From what I can make out, it's one of the lunar scriptures. At least he ain't got us reciting them, maybe. In his other hand, he's holding some rope and a thick leather belt. The soft clink of the belt sent shivers down my spine. We're in trouble. Your back is covered, Sleepy. Let me preface this by saying, I won't force you to remove further clothing. I do still enjoy what I've picked out for you. But you're so desperate, you poor thing. Don't you want to experience everything I could give you without being restrained by something as pointless as clothing? So, guess we should have just picked out the panties. Just the panties. I guess that's what we should have done. There's an edge to his smile that unsettles me. I'm just gonna do it, or he's gonna force us to do it anyway. Fine, I'll do it. I sit up, and in one swift motion, I pull the fabric over my head, carelessly tossing it off to the side of the bed. That's better. Beautiful. His voice is barely a murmur in the darkness of the room. Isn't that much better? Yep. He's quiet for a moment, seemingly taking it all in. He's just looking. I'm gonna be quiet. Then he takes one step towards me, rope in hand. Okay. Show me your wrists. As if, oh, we are being a brat. I didn't even choose that. Sleepy. The sound of the belt buckle chimes in my ears again. Wrist. This time I obey. The rope wraps several times around my wrist, and he ties the knot carefully, slipping 2 fingers in between the bondage in my skin to check the spacing. If you lose sensation in your fingertips, tell me. At least he's a healthy dog, right? I nod, and he moves to my ankles. It's not much, but the restraints are effective. I'm forced to sit on my knees, pulled up to my chest. A decidedly uncomfortable position. That sounds uncomfortable. Then Sirius takes the tome and presses it to the top of my head. Is this okay for two? It should be fine. Nothing, you'll see. I'm utterly befuddled. If it weren't for how grave and heavy the atmosphere weighed down on my shoulders, this book balancing act would feel almost comical. But Sirius is still smiling, and I know what that means. If you drop it, I'm going to hurt you. Okay. I shiver. You are going to balance this holy tome while I cleanse you with this wax. It's rather simple, I should think. I did put a disclaimer. I said it was 18 plus, so unless you squirm around, that is. Oh, what's the belt for it? Aww. Nipple fingers roll the belt to its full length before folding it over in 2. You know what it's for. Alright, sir. Or would you rather I show you? Okay. He sets it aside and out of sight, but I don't allow myself to forget its existence. This is a clear reminder that mistakes won't be tolerated tonight. But I cannot deny the temptation. Devilish, he's gonna put the book on your head. He's wild in these streets. I have to focus. The room is perfectly quiet when Sirius strikes the match of the first candle. The flame coats his face in a gorgeous amber light as it dances hypnotically and laps away at the wax. The first drip of wax hits my shoulder and I suck in a quick breath. It's not that painful, but the initial impact does burn. It's sharp and lingers for just a few seconds. When I'm about to exhale in relief, the second and third drop hits my skin, and this time I gasp softly. There's a noticeable increase in temperature that spreads relentlessly. Yep, he's terrible. I realize then that the heat is not dissipating. It accumulates with every drip. 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 And then, a moment of respite. I take the chance to collect myself, breathing deep. My eyes automatically close in effort to concentrate. Suddenly, searing heat splashes across my spine and I cry out. Why is he like this? He must have tipped the candle over. The tome wobbles on my head and I struggle to keep a stable posture. My bound limbs are barely any help with the balancing, so I choose to keep them close to me. Serious? I find my voice raising in a panic. It's not. The wax isn't cooling. How peculiar. Not his smile. Oh god. His voice is twisted in a sarcastic glee. I'm getting so flustered. His voice is twisted in a sadistic glee. When more wax trickles down and coats the black of my thighs, an unexpected increase in pain. Oh, he's literally trolling. That's all oh no, Sirius is just a troll. Very peculiar indeed. Perhaps I should lower the candle even more. Your panicked voice is truly intoxicating. Nope, don't do that. More heat flecks across my legs and pulls over my knees and thighs. Oh god. As you may have expected. He's an edgelord. He literally Sirius is a real edgelord. He's a true edgelord. As you may have expected, this candle is infused with a wonderful propriety. But I'll spare you the details. All you want is it to hurt. No. No, that's okay. A burning wave spreads over my skin, setting every nerve ending alight, and I release a louder than expected hiss. You'll never escape the candle's flame. But I don't care. Squirm all you want. Put on a show for me. Sir. Sir, there are children. I'm anticipating the next hit of wax, and sudden dread claws in my chest when I realize he's waiting. Rude! Please. Sears doesn't respond. It's utterly excruciating. Every passing second is a promise of more pain. My whole body is rigid, despite the continuous wave of searing heat. When I tug against my restraints, they dig into my skin. Please. And then it comes. A great splash across my knees, and I scream. Ow! It helps reduce the suffocating warmth, surprisingly. Put on the show for me. I would fall like a chair! You'll be like, what do you want? Beyonce? Rihanna? Oh god. Okay. I can take advantage of this. I just have to be more vocal. It won't have to hurt as much. But is this what I want? Okay, chat. Should we drop the book on purpose, or should we keep being a good noodle? I feel like if we drop the book, that would be continuing the brat route, I think. But I'm not sure how PG that will be, so we might have to skip some stuff. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm genuinely scared because he scares me. Okay, brat run it is. I'm nervous. Drop the book on purpose. You must feel so... Oh man, I'm scared. Okay. You must feel so important, Cirrus. You love control. You love being worshipped. But you just can't handle it when they're taken from you, can you? It's indescribable, the urge to push back, to test his every promise, his every word. I don't even bother concealing my head tipping over to the side, a little more dramatic than strictly necessary. Oh, we just said. We literally just said. What? Child, the room is dead silent when the tome topples down and hits the floor with a dull thud. Child, okay. He approaches without a word, towering above me. A compelling argument, to be sure. But I have a simple solution. I don't have to give up control when it's so easy to take from you. Before I can even process what's happening, the belt! Oh no, I forgot the belt! She told me to, in-game Sleepy told me to remember it. I forgot. Before I can even process what's happening, the belt is back in Sirius's hand, pulled tight around my neck. Hold on, let me go forward and look at this dialogue really quick. Okay. All right, we might be okay. Everything's fine. When I reach for it, he tugs and it locks around my neck in one rough motion. There's instantly pressure going to my head, and just as I'm about to panic, he lets go, letting a rush of oxygen flood my system. But I know who this man is. I know he's going to pull more. That is, until I reach for the belt again, and the back of his hand smacks across my cheek without prior warning. Oh, he's really pissed off. He's pissed off at us. He's pissed. I'm completely stunned, side of the face stinging slightly. It's more surprise than pain, but it's enough to destabilize me. Do not for a second think that any of your petty disobedience will net your upper hand. Are we clear? You mad, bro? Why you mad? Screw you. He pulls the belt tight again. Oh. Oh. The warm, fuzzy feeling creeps back up in my head. I see. Then he lets go. I should have known that you'd be getting off on this. Well, it's not much of a punishment if I keep administering it. What am I going to do with you, Sleepy? Do I need to make you lick the bathroom tiles? Do the communal dishes? Break your wrists? Tell me, little star. I won't do it again. I answer before he has the chance to change his mind and shriek back, trying to shift into a more comfortable position. Good. Yeah, I don't want to lick any floors. We still have to get the rest of the wax too? I don't want that. The slow trickle of wax continues. He's changed candles now, alternating between the church's iconic blue and the vivid red color. Somewhere along the way, we fall into a trance. My breathing comes easier, and although I'm still struggling in my binds, we find ourselves in a comfortable back and forth. Child, this is wild. I'm having fun. I have another close call with the tome, and for a second I think he's disappointed I didn't drop it. Oh! But my will and my posture are solid. My shoulders are caked in wax, and embracing every new drop coming in contact with my body. Wild. I will not let this tome fall. I'm proud of you. His words are affectionate, completely unexpected after all the previous exchanges. You are opening up, little star, and you are being truly disciplined. Yes, I'm learning. Please stop. Indeed you are. I'm very pleased. Sirius's pace slows down, little by little. I think he likes the bread. I think he likes breads too. He's wild. Sirius is wild. Sirius' pace slows down little by little. I feel the atmosphere around us mellowing out, soothing any earlier tensions that may have been left over. I think this is a good top spot. Oh my god. I'm so like... I think this is a good place for us to stop today. Yeah, I need a break, please. I think that's a good idea. I'm exhausted. This session is taking a lot of energy but I'm content. Sirius too seems to be tired in his own way. He carefully sets the equipment aside and finds a towel set nestled in one of the drawers. What I'm not expecting is for him to pull out a small knife. In my state of total emotional vulnerability, my first urge is to panic. The second is to remember that I have placed my trust in this man. Although he is holding a weapon, his movements are slow and his smile is tender. Sleepy? I'll scrape the wax off of you. It's rather difficult to get rid of otherwise. Lay down. Sir. Relieved, I obey. I can't even muster the energy to say a word in response. I would be knocked out. I would be passed out. I'd be like, I need a nap. I need a nap. His hand strokes my back and shoulders in a way that only makes me sink further down into the mattress, slow and deliberate. Then, the coolness of the blade slides against my skin, and my breath hitches. The sharp edge slides under the first pad of wax, oh my god, I lost my place, which easily loosens and falls to the floor with a soft clatter forgotten. Good. I breathe again. Good. The blade undulates, tracing a slow pattern of itself wherever the wax has been. Bit by bit, black discs fall around me, pried off with careful precision. When I get a little too comfortable, the knife's razor edge scraped over my skin and makes me jolt. This man very well could slice through me at any point if he so desired. Instead, he's in a deep trance, focused exclusively on cleansing me. I'm stuck in a deep limbo. Trust buds slowly inside of me, but the moment it delicate's petals unfurl, danger reminds me of where I am, razor sharp and destructive. When the knife rests on the edge between my neck and shoulder blades, it's not trust that keeps me perfectly still. It's still fear. Serious. Serious. After being scraped clean of all the wax and dressing again, I help him clean the rest after the room. Why did you serve me alcohol? I'm not sure I understand, little star. Wine is served at every conceivable social gathering. Yeah, but I wonder why every punishment has to involve me ingesting some kind of substance. I was not just pleasantly blessed today. I was losing myself in everything. It's hard to trust you when you don't trust me to experience things normally. Interesting. You also think I don't trust you. I don't think so. I know so. Very, very interesting. But this is not the time. Your body and mind need rest. I think we should focus on aftercare now. My favorite part! Right. Who's ready for aftercare? Because I need some. He almost had me safe wording a little bit, but it's fine. I want to cuddle. I want to share a warm drink. I want to read together. Let's do them all. Yeah, serious, get in this bed. That sounds weird. Very well, but only for a bit. Lay down with me, please. With a nod, Sirius joins me and the mattress dips lightly under his weight. I don't know what possessed me to ask of this, but I know that deep inside I need it. I need something to recover from what I just went through. He lays flat on his back and I curl into him, head settled on the crook between his shoulder and chest. For a few tense moments, none of us speak. This sensation, being completely close to him, feels so very new. Are you comfortable? I am. The smell of cotton fills my senses, but underneath that, there's something warmer, earthier. I'm dizzy. All I can do is thread my fingers through the cloth of his robes and hold on while it passes. When his hand finds its way to the top of my head, my breath hitches. Stop giving me affection! Oh my god, I need you to stay away from me, sir. You're okay, little star. Yeah, everything is fine. When I let down my guard a little, a new fire takes hold of me. My hand wants to trace and memorize every inch of him while I still can. I want to drown in him in ways I cannot explain. But something tells me that I should keep my hands to myself. Maybe it's his crazy. And so I breathe through it, one step at a time. I let the flames subside, though the scent wafting off his skin is not helping. And neither is the gentle caress of his thumb behind my ear. Guys, I know I said that he was crazy and that we didn't trust him, but hear me out. Cuddles. Right? Right? Despite this, it's hard to ignore the tension in his posture, even as he lays. The spell is broken, a few moments later. Was there anything else? Which do you guys want to do next? The warm drink or read together? Read together, gotcha, girl. You ask for the strangest things at times, little star. I don't think it's strange. The smile that spreads is uncharacteristically fond. My heart clenches at the sight. Very well. How about the tale of Pewter Monarch? This one is a fairly short read. He He settled on the bed next to me after plucking out a small pocket-sized book from his collection. When he flips to the first chapter, I peek up at him expectantly. You'll be reading out loud, of course. Demanding. I am only exerting my God-given rights, I'll have you know. Sir's voice is measured and deeply comforting when he reads. I'm transported to a vast kingdom bursting with lush vegetation, knights trotting around in studded leather armor, and a king obsessed with geology. He claims that rocks speak to him as his advisors would, and help him run the kingdom. Eventually, he is seen as unfit to be ruler, and exiled by those he trusts. By that point, my eyelids are drooping, and Sirius gently closes the book. We can continue the story another time. Do you want anything else? For some reason, he sounds a little rushed. Yeah, I want something else. You gonna share your drink with me? You served me good tea last time. How about we share a cup? Certainly. Chamomile? Yeah. Ooh, that sounds nice. I want some chamomile tea now. He leaves for just a few moments while he brews out our tea, and during that time, I stretch. My shoulders don't feel as stiff anymore. My body droops with a newfound relaxation. All the wax painted across my skin has left my body glowing. I bet it did. It peeled off all the dead skin. So and then you probably get rubbed down with oil afterwards. Yeah. When Sirius is back, I gingerly reach for the piping hot mug. It smells a little different this time. It does. I've taken the liberty of adding some lemon verbena to help with any leftover stress and inflammation. Facts. That I trust that herb. I know that herb. Huh. You're into herbal medicine too? Well, it's no replacement for modern medicine, but we'd be remiss to ignore their useful effects. Facts. I agree. Guess it's to be expected from someone who makes potions. He takes the mug from me and sips quietly. You're very fixated on my potions. It's really hard not to be serious. If you want to try some more of them, you can just say so. I'm okay. Please don't. He hands me back the tea with a grin, and I make a show of drinking from the same side of the rim as he did. Oh, okay. Passing on that one. We finish our tea in comfortable silence, only interrupted by the occasional sip. Strangely enough, he doesn't seem relaxed as I am. Do you need anything else? I'm okay. Alright, go ahead, Sirius. Very well. The scene is over and we've managed to put everything away. It's the perfect time for me to head back to my room. But Sirius' expression is unusually thoughtful. I hesitate. Hey, man. I hesitate to leave when something is bothering him. Hey. What's on your mind? Why do you ask? Sirius. I'll be frank with you. The state of the church and the lunar religion down here, I am deeply unsatisfied with it. Huh? That's news to me. We are not where we need to be, and I don't think things are going to change unless I personally take matters into my own hands and do something about it. Naturally, I want to. In fact, Sirius approaches meaningful, towering above me. I think you know exactly what lengths I would go to. Yes. I feel very cold all of a sudden. This is it. The reason for the existence of his cult. This is why he's... But I don't understand. What exactly are you so unsatisfied about? Little star. Do you envy the life of confinement? Clearly not. Then you should understand. It couldn't be simpler. I will not have this culture rot and die in the gutters of a black market. I want to question him some more, but there's a clear finality in his tone. Still, he's never been this honest to me. For the first time, I feel as though I'm seeing beyond his perpetual facade and into his heart. I feel a strange tightness in my chest, an urge to reach out. Thank you. I can tell you don't talk about this often, but I appreciate you sharing this with me. No. I've said too much. You haven't. You finally begin. Quiet. You be quiet. This man is allergic to. Oh no, he is an edgelord. Oh god, he is an edgelord. Sleepy. I'm telling you how much this means. What? Enough. The room is perfectly quiet when Sirius' hand grabs my mask, palm covering the hole cut out of my eyes. A threat. Go on. Go ahead. Take it off for all I freaking care. My tone comes out rash, and amidst the rising tension, the desperation, the anger, he tears my mask off. And then Sirius is kissing me? Without even bothering to look at what the mask was hiding in the first place. Wild. I can't breathe. Everything about this kiss is purely desperate. His hands are cupping my face and grabbing my arm, but his fingers are digging into my skin possessively, pushing us closer together. I taste wine and cherries on his lips, and on his tongue the intoxication fueling every single time he drives back in, until sharp teeth bite my lower lip, and suddenly I taste iron, bitter and coppery, and I never wanted it to end. When I barely muffle a whimper, his hand shoots out to squeeze around my throat. How did we get here? How did we get here? Fingers pressing into my pulse until all I can do is rasp out against his lips, now slick with saliva and blood. My vision goes white for a second, until he releases me completely, panting. Ooh, was there like a little, little puff? I didn't see it. I'm a mess of adrenaline and white hot ecstasy. Oh hi, you joined at you joined at the perfect time. Welcome. I'm sleepy, and it looks like we're being a little debaucherous tonight. It's fine. We stare at each other then, and attempt to process what just happened. But I can't speak. He throws me to the floor because Sirius sucks. Sirius picks up my mask and takes a moment to dust it off before replacing it on my face. You broke it! His fingers linger on the surface before retracting just as quickly. Get some rest. I'll be with you tomorrow. Wait! He's gone. We're in his bedroom. Where is he going? He's gone, leaving me to pick up the pieces of my own once again. I strongly dislike him. When I look down at my hands, they're shaking. My world itself is shaking. Need to get back. Need to get back to what? My head. I feel sick. Why aren't you moving? Crap. Oh, get up and run. Okay. One breath. And another. My senses are completely overloaded, as much as I can barely process what's happening around me. It is in the same state as I drag myself out of Sirius's bedroom, taking one step at a time. But I don't feel like going back to the bedroom. Restlessness is crawling at my insides, demanding an escape. I take a different turn. Past the bedrooms, past the altar, past the blur of bricks and crumbling stone and patterns until I'm facing an iron door, and I push against it. The inside of this room is nothing like the rest of the church. Those look like cells. Like prison cells. Okay. Oh shit. Something in here is thick with a stench I cannot describe, mingling with the overpowering scent of raw lavender. I called it. I automatically try breathing through my mouth instead. This whole place is a surreal sight. Large, rusty cages, carefully labeled medicinal supplies, potion bottles of various sizes, loose powders piled up innocently on small pieces of cloth. I don't think I should be here. I noticed something in the mirror ahead of me, nestled inside its ancient wooden frame. My reflection. Something glimmering from under my mask. Tentatively, I approach it, leaning on the chemical-stained counter. Then, I reach up for my mask. Indeed, from within its eye holes, I spot something unusual. And then I see it. My mask clatters on the table, forgotten, and I stand unmoving. Flecks of silver, patches of gray dotting my skin. My lips look paler, and they're almost shimmering, iridescent, and pearly. My reflection is that of someone metamorphosing. Something is changing inside of me. But it's not fractum anima. And then I know it without a doubt, that right now, brewing inside of me, is something of an indescribable value. Lunar ichor. This bastard. I've never wanted to strangle a person more in my life. Chapter 2. The good end. This is the good end. Your transformation has begun. That was the good end. That was the good end. That was not a good end. Whew, child. That was not a good end. Oh my god, I'm stressed. That was stressful. Woo. Wow. My stinky dog. I'll explain it after the credits for the people who came later. Wow. My feelings are hurt. My feelings are hurt. And thank you, the player. Whew. Alright, that was a little intense, guys. It's a little intense. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's a little intense. Okay. So, fractum anima is the disease that we have. It is a disease, it's a disease in which our soul is like technically fragmented. Or there's like a hairline fracture within our soul, and it like slowly like cracks over time, and like the more that it cracks, the further we get into like craziness and like descent, and we're essentially dying, right? And Sirius is supposed to be helping us. I have Kier's recording for his part of the game, and in his part of the game, you end up finding out that lunar ichor is made by putting people through sadistic pain. So instead of him like helping us, I don't know if he's trying to make it so that our body, him helping with a belt. Yep, that was the good end, that was the good end. If you when we're done, if you can go back and you can see I think we got about 3 or 4 endings. There's a few other endings as well. We got a few of them, but yep. So him helping us is, I don't know if he's trying to make it so that the lunar ichor is like naturally within us. Like maybe he's thinking like, if I can get the lunar ichor in her system, it can save us. Exactly. So like, are you actually helping, or are we materials? He's like, she's gonna die anyway. I may as well. And I think the reason that he got so pissed off at us and started choking us when we were kissing is because he actually really likes us. Like, he's starting to actually like us. So, I hate him. I am mad. I'm pissed. Yeah. So I can't tell. They're doing such a good job with this. Like, they're doing I really enjoy this game. I highly, highly encourage you if you can and if you are of age, because it is 18 plus. If y'all would, if I know a few of y'all saw that one scene. So the one where he strangles you and makes you bleed is the best case scenario. Yeah. So the other one, the other ending, we got his cult, because he runs a cult. He's a priest. He's a priest he's a cult leader cosplaying a priest. So his cult strangles us to death. We die. Valid, honestly. The cult gets us because we at one of his sermons we rip off his mask because he pissed us off. Another ending is we left with Francesco. That was actually my favorite ending. We left with Francesco. And then another ending, what did we do? I feel like there was one more. But yes, in the first chapter, if you don't have enough affection points, he sells you off and you become a prostitute. He snatched his mask like literally we shoved our fingers under his mask and was like whoosh. It was really funny. This is what we get for going down the brat route. But in the first chapter, he if you don't have enough affection points, the visuals are awesome from what I see. They're so pretty. I highly recommend it. The first chapter is actually free, so it's like a demo. You can either get it on itch.io or you can get it on Steam. I should have it linked in the description if you want to play it. And I also have videos on my channel. I'm trying to make it to 1K. So if you want to subscribe and be my friend, that would be great too. But yes, in the first game, he sells us off and we become a prostitute, and then he sets up an explicit trap, and he sends us to the place that we're like, oh, you go here and get this, and we like the way he kills us is definitely very disrespectful. And then there's another one where he's just like, get out. And then you die on the streets. So he's definitely my least favorite. He's the most, I will say, in the game, he's the most intense. So anything that you see with him is probably the most intense that it'll get for now. I don't know how that's going to change in the future, but for now. Probably the least intense one, honestly, would be Kier. Our cute redhead, he's my favorite. Kier is my favorite. I love him. Him and Francesco. Francesco's can get a little... Francesco's, I think, is actually the second most intense, which is wild because he's the baby boy cinnamon roll. But anywho, did you guys enjoy the game? What did we think? Why is this game so crazy? It's crazy, but it's so good. The script is good. The story is good. I think the pacing is amazing. And like you think it's starting to like lull and get like a little slowing down, but nope, it picks right back up, and you're like, oh, okay, we're doing. Thank you all so much for spending time with me. I love having you here. I love seeing your face. I love being oh so sleepy and oh so cozy. And remember that day by day, moment by moment, we are blossoming like a flower of lavender, calm, collected, and fragrant. And I will see you in the next one. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. I always appreciate it. I really do. I love seeing your lovely faces. Peace out, home slice.